Yep, it's me. Got to put up with me about 2 hours, so. How you been? Good, good.
For a trash can.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Why they put Shane? Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Call this Commissioners Court meeting to order. A quorum is present. All legal notices have been posted. This court is now duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
all rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the May 2024 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
The invocation today will be the guest of Dr. ELBA GARCIA.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm going to ask the pastor to please come forward. And I have his information here. Hold on just a second. Pastor Marco Luna, thank you for being with us today, Pastor. Marco Luna is the lead pastor and founder of the Gathering Church in Dallas, Texas. He has pastored this thriving congregation for 14 years. He is happily married to his wife, Kimberly, of 32 years. Together, they have 3 adult children who actively work and serve in their community. Pastor Marco has lived in Dallas County all of his life and loved his city and this county. His daily 7:14 prayer cast is seen by many people, and he encouraged them to pray for our city, our county, and our state. Thank you, Pastor, for being here with us this morning.
Thank you, Dr. ELBA GARCIA. Let us pray. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we thank you for the opportunity that you've given us today to come together at this Commissioner's Court. We pray right now for John Wiley Price, for Dr. ELBA GARCIA, for Andy Summerman, for Dr. THERESA Daniel. We just pray your blessing upon everything that will take place today. Thank you, Lord, for your sovereignty. Thank you for your goodness. Thank you for righteousness. Thank you for correct judgment today. We put this meeting in your hands in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this edition of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We will take those matters that have been previously briefed and any future briefings will be part of the court. I am going to ask the court for a motion to suspend the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair's in the affirmative. Mr. Martin, court, we're going to ask DCAD to come forward, Shane, in order to make their presentation, the Dallas Central Appraisal District, and I'll let him introduce himself since this is his first appearance really before this court and first presentation, and I'm sure they've already told him what to do. So,
Thank you all for having us. I'm Shane Doherty with the Dallas Central Appraisal District. I was appointed Chief Appraiser, Executive Director, January 1, replacing Ken Nolan. Been with the district for 39 years in various roles. I have my Deputy Chief Appraiser here, Gerald Jordan. I think she's been down here quite a few times over the years, and I think you all are still in good hands with our agency. We understand we represent you, and we want to continue to do that. So with that said, I'd like to start the presentation.
Go ahead.
Okay, as soon as they're gonna come up.
Aaron, can you help him? Okay, just give us a
Yeah,
second.
thanks.
There we
All
go.
right, great, excellent. Okay, yes, it's been a very busy year in Dallas County. Well, I'd like to just start, we're still in the epicenter of the country in terms of everybody wants to be here. Not only job growth, population growth, we got every real estate investment trust, every foreign government, every institutional investor wants a piece of Dallas County, and that's reflected in the appraisal role. By law, we have to represent what properties will sell for as of January 1 in their current condition, and that's our mandate by the state, and we've been very busy this past year. Let's see here. Okay, right. So I'm going to talk about the three divisions: residential, which is responsible for condominiums, single-family lots, fourplexes and less, single-family homes, and mobile homes. And then I'll talk about the commercial division, which is all the major property types: office, retail, industrial, warehouse, multifamily, and then all the different type hotels, gas stations, convenience stores. And then last thing, what's unusual in the state of Texas is business personal property. Assets used in the course of business are taxable in the state of Texas. That's not the case in most states across the country, but we have to be out there and visit those businesses annually to determine what those assets are worth on an annual basis. So the first one I'll talk about is residential here. Let's see if the clicker, is it down? Is it off? Okay, thank you very much. Yep, that would help turn it on, I guess. Unless the battery's out. Okay, there it is. Okay, basically, in Dallas County, there's 670,000 residential properties. This year we targeted, and within that we delineate them into what we call neighborhoods. The average neighborhood's around 250 accounts, but they can be as small as 4, as many as 2,000 accounts. Of the 5,000 neighborhoods approximately, we targeted 3,338 neighborhoods for reappraisal, where our assessment level wasn't between 95 and 105% of what homes were selling for within that neighborhood, within that building class range. And that consisted of 530,000 counts of properties out of the 670,000 records that are in the residential file. Actually, ironically, we have a cap limitation on residential that went in place in '98. Last year, when we certified the roll of the 450,000 homes that have exemptions on them, of the 670,000 in the residential file, those 450,000, 318,000 of those had a cap limitation or appraised value less than the market value. So before we started any work this year, we knew we were reappraising 318,000 properties where the taxable values were going to recalculate up to 10%. And that's the cap limitation that was set in place back in the late 90s. Before we even started work, we knew there were 318,000 appraisal notices that were going to change, increase in taxable value.
But what bothers me is that, and I know you're new to this,
Right.
but they know I'm gonna talk about the Mason-Dixie line.
Right.
It's called I-30.
Right,
And our appraisals south
right,
were 2% higher than the appraisals north.
right.
On residential and commercial.
Right, percent change.
Percent change.
Right, and I'll say this, is that we look at like every neighborhood independent of each other 3 times a year and look at what homes are selling for versus what they're appraised for. And if they're not selling between 95 and 105, we're gonna reappraise. The fact is, in the southern part of Dallas County, the demand for homes are higher because the value price points are somewhat less. The demand for finding homes less than $300,000 now have become a big challenge. So homes that are in this 200 to 300 price range, there's still a huge demand for those type of properties. Those appreciation rates go up higher than some of our higher price. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna be consistent across the county in how we evaluate and determine what needs to be reappraised. And hypothetically, if we're appraising homes at 100,000, but they're selling for 120, we're gonna tweak our model from 1.0 to 1.20. And we're gonna apply that model uniformly across that neighborhood based on the class of homes within that neighborhood. So we have different classes. So basically in the southern part, if you looked on our rolls commercial-wise, because of the tri-modal, and we have the tri-modal port, where they bring all the rail cars out of Houston.
Inland port.
We have a huge growth going on south of I-30 because of the warehouse, the distribution warehouses.
Logistics.
We're in the middle of the country with I-20 conversing east to west, the NAFTA highway, North American Fair Trade Act, 35 going all the way to Canada. And the warehouse distribution growth is huge. Because of that, what are we seeing? More jobs. We're seeing new subdivisions going in. We're seeing apartment complexes being built. So our largest growth in terms of market value has been like Wilmer, Hutchins, and it's because of what's going on south with the tri-modal port and the fact that the warehousing, a lot of development's going on down there. So, and what we do is we build models at the individual level, neighborhood level, and then through the county and commercial, we have what we call improved market areas. We look at office, multifamily, retail, industrial, by areas of town. And what we try to do is build an income model based on the rent rates, based on that property time within that market. For instance, just here in CBD Dallas, just 1 mile north in Uptown, there's a complete different market. And we build market models by those market areas. And so we uniformly appraise consistently, and we don't discern where it is. We don't look at the ownership or the location really, other than the dynamics of the location, how it affects the value. But the fact is we're out there building these models on an annual basis for residential, commercial, and business personal property. And we're gonna continue to see more growth south. It's been a long time coming, quite frankly.
And I'm aware of them, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah,
I guess, my concern is, it's one thing to talk about 14 and 28% when it's hitting my constituents. That's number one. Number two, I understand logistics, and at some point in time, I hope we go into a moratorium on logistics because we need some manufacturing.
Right.
And that becomes the marked difference between what's happening north versus south.
Right.
I mean, north is built out.
Right.
We recognize that. But 14% is 14%.
Right.
And that's significant when it comes to those communities.
And we're just trying to reflect market value. One of the things that's kind of a misnomer is they think this cap limitation is for the higher end homes. It's really not. These areas of gentrification. People, unfortunately, that's in place where that minimizes the amount we can raise them. And this past year too, it's effective January 1, there's now a cap, a circuit breaker for any non-homesteaded property, commercial, residential, minerals, less than $5 million. Now we are capped at 20%, as long as the ownership hasn't changed. So there's some things in place that are limiting the taxable value increase. But at the end of the day, we're mandated to appraise at market value. The state comptroller comes in and looks at our assessment level by school district, by property type, and we have to be within these acceptable ranges. And if not, there's repercussions for school funding. So, we're just trying to recognize the market. And I appreciate we all have concerns about our property taxes.
Correct. And like Commissioner Price was saying, gentrification is one of the, points. For example, we've seen what is going on in North Oak Cliff, where, every single time there's a rezoning, there's those homes that are usually affordable housing are bought at a way overpriced, and what is built, Commissioner, is totally, completely out. I mean, you go from 300,000, 350,000, which is the lowest available right now in Dallas County, that bought, 20 or 30 years ago for 150,000, now building a house that goes for 500,000.
Right.
And that's the way you got rid of a lot of people.
It's a challenge. When they start building, if they start buying these homes and tearing them down, that typically, and there's significant homes, that represents our land value.
Right, and
You
then
know,
and just,
it's
just so
tough.
that the record be clear, in 2021, those houses were 4% in terms of increase in value, 2022, 13%, and then 12. Well, when you come back cities south of I-30, we went from 7 to 14%.
Right. And it's just that the value of those homes have appreciated more. The
Correct.
properties have, and that's what we have to reflect. Interesting, I have a 5-year history I can talk about now if you want, or I can tell at the very end about residential, commercial, and business personal dropping. Things have moved at a pretty good rate, 10 to 11% over the last 5 years that have averaged. We've
Right.
had some spikes.
But like Commissioner Price was saying, I mean, once, and you know, my point is, once this happens, these higher price homes comes. What suffer is around. You
Right.
know, obviously there's new owners, and they all know they're gonna have an increase in property
Right.
value and in taxes. But it's the neighborhood around those homes, the ones that go up,
Right.
and they're pretty much taxed out of their homes.
And unfortunately, yeah, I mean.
It's
that's-
happening in
that's-
West Dallas, it's happening in North Oak Cliff, it's happening all over.
That's why we have caps in these now. The circuit breaker is hoping to help that, where that doesn't happen. You know, there are remedies out there. If you're over 65, you can defer your payment of your taxes. So, but we're not, us, at the end of the day, it's market value. And we have to reflect that. And we are literally in the best part of the country. I mean, we're the #1 commercial marketplace, top residential marketplace. And there has been a supply issue of homes. And that's driving values up. So,
Industrial as well.
Yeah, yes.
Industrial as well.
So
And my
that-
part, the
Continue.
eastern part of the county is absolutely built out. There's a little piece in Mesquite, I think, that
Yeah.
isn't. But,
Yeah, and now there's regentrification going on.
Right.
So it's an interesting, dynamic here, but we're here to really just represent market value, and that's where, but we'll be very busy. 20 years ago, we had 50,000 protests. Last year, we had 190,000 protests. As of the day, we still have personal property. We're sitting at 192,000. I anticipate when they all come in and all deadline dates over, we'll have over 200,000. But that's fortunately, the owners have the appeal process and they have a right to appeal. The fact is, commissioners, most people are protesting their taxes. They're not, they come in, hey, my value's fine, but I'm protesting my taxes, but all I can effectively do is control your market value. And all those other things come down.
And a lot of those people, because of solicitation, they're protesting the value, but they don't understand what it takes to
Right.
protest the value.
Right.
I mean, I always tell them, when we get the call, you guys got enough of those computers, y'all know what's going on in the marketplace.
Right.
But if they're not able to show that their particular property is significantly different
Right.
in terms of the improvements, I mean, I say, dirt is dirt,
Right,
okay? It's that improvement
right.
that begins to help drive down,
One
hopefully,
thing
that
I want to
value.
assure you and I had a training with our staff, our appraisal staff. What I tell our appraisal staff, when we put those notices in the mail, we're not there to defend what we put in the mailbox. Once that property's protested, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a micro look, we're gonna look at our evidence, we're gonna look at your evidence, the owner's evidence, and if the value isn't supportable, we're gonna make the adjustment. So, and the protest process is very democratic in a sense. We present our evidence, we share our evidence 15 days in advance of the hearing, and we take more of a micro look. We're more model builders on the reappraisal, but when we come in, we'll become fee appraisals. And we have no incentive to overvalue homes. And if it's wrong, we're gonna fix it. If it's right, we're gonna tell you why. If you don't agree with us informally, fortunately for the homeowners, the property owners of Dallas, Texas, across the state of Texas, you have a right to go to the appraisal review board. We have up to 120 appointed by the administrative judge. It's gonna go back to the board of directors effective July 1. And you have the opportunity to present your case to the board, those citizens. We present ours, we rebut, they rebut, and they make a determination right there. So it's market value that's driving this, and the fact is, we're in a very healthy economy. And I'm gonna say this, it's gonna continue. It's just, we're gonna continue to grow, so.
If we could keep going, I'd like
Sure,
to
yes,
see what
sir.
those values are.
So mobile homes, it was 13,000 mobile homes. We also pick up from 31 cities all building permits. We had 6,300 new construction starts in residential and some miscellaneous permits. So you can see when we were finished with our reappraisal effort, we targeted 92% of the properties within Dallas County. The cities and schools, you can see almost every property had some type of market value or taxable value increase due to the cap recalculation. Again, that's because of the market that we're in, but you can see it's equally dispersed across the county, and we're looking at those each area. The red represents the neighborhoods that we reappraised. The green represents the ones that weren't targeted because our values appeared acceptable, and you can see we're all across the county reflecting the marketplace. And so the trends in '24, you're gonna see new construction in residential similar to '23. The entities will see an increase in market value in the real estate as it remains positive. You won't see the double-digit appreciations we have in the past years in the high teens, low 20s. The market is flattened out due to interest rate hikes. 30-year notes are at 7% and plus, and so that's slowing things down. It's flattening out price points, which is good for the property owner if you're for tax purposes, not if you want to resell, but it is good. And then the preliminary market values for the residential file across the county is 15.5%. Taxable is 14.2%. The appeal process will go through July 25th. Those numbers will come down when we finish that deal. In commercial, the 5 property types, offices are going to be flattened down. There's a big concern about the office marketplace because of commercial lending practices. We haven't experienced it yet. We're starting to see it, but 12 to 24 months. There's going to be a big bloodletting across the country, but not here in Dallas. We'll see some decline, but not substantial in my opinion. Retails will see increases, hotels increases, apartments, again,
When you say
multifamily is
we'll
very strong.
see declines, that's office.
Yes.
Okay.
And it won't be represented, I don't believe, as of 1/1/24. It may be reflective next year. There could be a few, but not much. Industrials, again, we're seeing strong growth in the industrial marketplace, the warehouses, the distribution warehouses. Again, we work the building permits from the 31 cities we receive monthly. We work 514 commercial new construction starts, and there's about 5,000 miscellaneous. Those are usually finish-out type permit work. And then, again, we did about 55% of the commercial file. We typically touch the significant properties across the county. We're gonna be in any commercial market that needs adjustments, but we see it in our reappraisal effort. We see it they all get protested, the Pacific commercial, and a lot of it we see in litigation now. So we remain busy in commercial. Again, we're in a top commercial marketplace in the country. And going on, so the trends in commercial, again, this is kind of a geographical, but we're in every market, but we look geographically to make sure our land bases are correct, and we're looking at the properties for any anomalies. And the trends in commercial, new constructions, again, is gonna be similar to '23. Retail, hotel, multi, you're gonna see a growth, but not like the double-digit growth we've seen in the past. Industrial growth will be larger. Again, the markets are stronger. Office market will see decline due to commercial lending practices. I think more so next year than this year, but we'll start seeing some of that when we work these properties. These hearings usually don't take place until July, but it is slowing down the commercial due to lending practices with interest rates hikes. Our commercials will see increase in preliminary value, but again, the overall impact on that commercial, we may lose half of our increases during the appeal process until we get to look at the income expense statements, the rent rolls. We have to compare that to our model, and if their adjustments are warranted, we'll make them. So commercial, we're up 23% right now. Taxable's up 24%. Business personal property, again, we look at all business personal property accounts annually, and these are different type of properties in the business personal file, telecommunication. A lot of people don't know there's a lot of utilities and pipelines running through here. Special inventories are auto dealers, aircraft. Our two largest probably property owners in Dallas County are Southwest Airlines and Encore. And then you're required by law to file a rendition if you own assets on or before April 15th, and we'll receive about 51,000 renditions. A lot of the what we call the smaller type of mom and pop don't typically render, and if you don't render, you pay a 10% penalty on your property taxes. But we monitor those properties that aren't rendering, especially the larger ones, to make sure that they're paying their fair share, they're representing the market value. We also have Freeport applications, and that's where you see a big change in taxable value. Any assets that are inventory that turn within 175 days in these warehouses, they're not taxable. You have to fill a Freeport exemption application annually, and we have to take them off annually. So all of a sudden you see a huge spike in taxable value in business personal property, but when they file these Freeport applications, it's assets that turn within 175 days, they're exempt. And so we see a large a loss in that taxable value during basically June and July as we process that. And then basically, again, all properties are addressed and reappraised and notified in the business personal file. We have approximately 95,000 business personal property accounts within Dallas County. And basically, and we're gonna see a flat to slightly up. There's not a lot of reinvestment going into business personal property right now as there were last year. But also with the cities and schools, we tell them if any big business is coming or one's going out, it could have an effect on your roll. And basically, so everybody's a little different on that. But again, we'll see taxable values spike, but they'll come down as we apply the Freeport exemption applications. As of, we are still working the business personal file. There's an extension of the rendition deadline from April 15th to May 15th. So we have one more mailing going out. But right now, we're up 5.2%. market value in BPP, up 14.25% taxable, but we'll lose that again. So kind of summary here real quick, we're gonna see increases in market value. We're gonna see a lot of recalculations in 24. We'll see a lot more homestead recalculations in 25. This new circuit breaker law that we have in effect of 20% for any property that doesn't have a stone less than 5 million, it's now at 20%. Those will continue to recalculate at 20% until they meet the market. So that's something that'll be out there into perpetuity. Right now, your preliminary markets for the county are up 16.97%. Taxable's up 19.39. Again, that'll come down when those Freeport exemptions get granted. And then we expect a large protest activity. Again,
Okay, so based on your experience with protests in the past, what does that 1939 likely turn into after a protest?
I would say it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close to market, what the market's up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be close to, you're gonna lose that taxable. The 16 point, I would say when we're all said and done, we're gonna be high single digits across the county to low, anywhere from 9 to 11%.
Okay.
And I would rather underpredict and overproduce and overpredict and underproduce. So the big thing is the appeals with business personal property and commercial that have a big sway on the appraisal roll. Residential, the appeal process doesn't. But for commercial, we don't really know until we have those hearings in July. So, and then the kind of a summary of what notifications, this is the largest notification we've had in 5 years, largest ever. We mailed, of the 789,000 properties got an appraisal notice this year. As the past was 650 the year before, and 22, a huge reappraisal effort in 22, 762. But again, we're going to be very busy, and we anticipate that. We're right in the middle of the appeal process right now. Our office is very busy. I anticipate 200,000 in protests again, comparable to last year. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Can you just, for the record, thank you, Commissioner Press, for the record say that this body does not hire you? Can you just, for the record, say, what is the Dallas Central Appraisal District that is not Dallas County?
yeah, we're a political subdivision that was created by legislation in 1981. Before 1981, the city appraised your house, the county did, the school district did. And there was duplicity, obviously, in that, and then legislation was created, the PVTO bill, and we came into existence in 81. We're supported by the 63 taxing jurisdictions with Dallas County, really mandated to establish the fair market value of all properties within the county, maintain ownership records, and apply any exemptions, which creates an appraisal roll, which we provide to the 63 taxing jurisdictions, and they go out and they set rates, and then they pass that information over to the assessor collector, John Ames, who starts collecting the taxes October 1. So we're a political subdivision of the state. Our oversight agency is the state comptroller office.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the good data, for one thing.
Right.
Would you be able to send that to us? Because I'd like to sit down and really have a chance to kind of take a look at the rows of numbers.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Do you have Ken, is your number now Ken's cell phone, or is that Ken's
No.
cell phone?
No.
Ken's cell phone's still active, but
Still
I can
active.
give you my cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, do later. I actually called Ken on a couple of things,
Yeah.
and you're the person I need to ask.
And
this.
he remind you
He
that
reminded you
no
he's been
longer.
gone since January. Anyway,
Yeah.
but anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That lady who is with you,
Gerald Jordan.
she worked for the district too?
Gerald Jordan, yes.
Okay, and what does she do?
She's my deputy chief appraiser.
Oh, okay.
Cheryl and I we've been working together for 37 years.
I know.
So she's been more the public relations side. I've been on the appraisal side, but I'm only as good as she's. And
She's been very helpful, because all of these numbers, whenever we give our constituents and want access to these numbers, and they start complaining, and she's been very.
Gerald knows all the portals, all the people in Dallas County, all the city managers. She knows everybody.
Yeah.
And she's the face of the organization. I've kind of been behind the scenes, but I still am going to rely on Cheryl to be that person.
I will say this, that I believe Shane and I make a very good pair, in that I'm the community relations part. I'm learning more and more of the more detailed appraisal aspect of it. So we're actually learning from each other, and so that's going to make a stronger DCAD.
Great.
And we appreciate you both and the work that you do with Mr. John Ames and all the community town hall meetings that you all do with us. We really appreciate
And
it.
we appreciate all y'all's support.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Judge, we suspended the agenda. We can go back to the resolutions.
Hey,
Commissioner Summerman.
hang on go ahead.
Commissioner Summerman.
Thank you. This is my resolution. Barbara Nichols, I consider a friend and also an attorney, and she hates the spotlight on her. So what do I do to my friends? I put the spotlight on them. So Barbara, if you would, come take it up here, and anybody from the district attorney's office, if you don't mind, please. Whereas Barbara Nichols is a highly respected attorney and has served the people of Dallas County with unwavering dedication and integrity as a role as an Assistant District Attorney, Chief of the Civil Division, Office of the District Attorney, Dallas County. Whereas Barbara Nichols has worked for Dallas County since 2013 and throughout her tenure has demonstrated exemplary leadership, commitment to justice, and profound respect for the rule of law. And whereas Barbara Nichols runs a tight ship, keeping Dallas County Commissioners County Court in line, making sure that all commissioners stay on topic and are always in full compliance with the Open Meetings Act. And whereas Barbara Nichols has been a mentor to young attorneys and a role model for public servants, inspiring a new generation of legal professionals to pursue in public service. And whereas Barbara Nichols in 2024 was the recipient of the Texas District and County Attorney Association's Gerald Summerford Civil Practitioner of the Year Award, which recognizes the outstanding contributions of Texas prosecutors assigned a civil caseload. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Barbara Nichols, Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulate Barbara Nichols for receiving the Gerald Summerford Civil Practitioner of the Year Award due to her leadership, legal expertise, dedication as a mentor, and her lasting impact on the legal profession in the state of Texas, and I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. And believe it or not, Chair is going to vote in the affirmative. Ms. Nichols and I go riding.
All right, Barbara, you didn't want the spotlight, but you got it. You want to say anything?
Thank you, Commissioner, for this honor. It's very much appreciated. I think this is more or less a reflection of our office, some of whom are standing behind me. If I could tell you a little about them. This group, of support staff and attorneys, we have about 22 attorneys. 15 of them generally do the work of the Commissioners Court, that is contracts and advisory opinions. We get over 1,600 PIA requests, over 160 claims, over 70 litigation matters, and about the same amount of claims from federal and state court, and about the same amount of subpoenas, over 700 advisory opinion requests, and over 600 contracts a year. That's not compounded from things that are longer lasting. And this group handles that on behalf of the Commissioners Court, generally without much complaint. And, they do the work of this office. So I think this award is a reflection of all the hard work of the Civil Division that they put in for the Commissioners Court, day in and day out. And so I do want to thank my office for, their unwavering dedication and duty.
I just wanted to say, you may notice, or people who are watching, that oftentimes up here, we'll glance over at your chair where you're sitting there to see, is this okay, what we're saying, or are you going to jump up and tell us that we have to reconsider that line of discussion that we're following? So I just wanted to say thank you for, kind of keeping us on the pathway that we're supposed to be in, and looking at the people behind you. The fact that, I recognize everybody there because we have worked together on a variety of things. Just, I think, is one of those indications of the activity level, how you are involved, how all of you are involved to, as they say, make this ship run well. So thank you very much, and congratulations on the outside recognition also.
Barbara.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I yield.
Yeah, I want to say, as a lawyer, right, looking at this, I think you're doing an excellent job, not only in keeping us apprised, looking at what the law is, making sure that we don't get outside of open meetings when we are talking about things that aren't specifically on the agenda, but just all the complex things that you work on. But then moreover, when I look at you leading the team, because you're one person on a big team, right? You've got an excellent team, and I noticed that your team enjoys coming to work, right? And your team is very conscientious, and it's a good mix, people. I give you high marks both as personally as a lawyer, but then also as a leader of a great team. And I just want to thank you for that. I think you're doing an exemplary job. And I think it's right that you should get this, recognition because you are doing an exemplary job, and we see it every day. So thank you for that.
Ms. Nicholas, I know we've had a few tay-to-tays.
Yeah, John's the one who likes to see him at the open meeting.
But at the end of the day, those of us who've had to deal with criminal and civil lawyers, we know that this particular department saves us millions of dollars. When you sometimes go to talk about civil litigants and the fact that we have to pay as much as, they say, well, I'll do it for $700 an hour, but we'll give the county a call spray. I can't even calculate your people at that level and know the kind of dollars you're saving the taxpayers of Dallas County, and we're getting excellent representation. Judge Crusoe did the right thing in tapping you for leadership, and we're better for it. So thank you for always being available, and even when you get those calls on the weekend. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Nicola, for you and your teamwork for Dallas County. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hey, Paul, thanks for your work as well.
Her work, not mine.
No, I'm talking about, I saw you back there, yours too, and all y'all.
All right, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am Paul Hamilton, First Assistant District Attorney of Dallas County, Texas, appearing on behalf of Judge John Crusoe, who could not be here this morning. I want to, on his behalf, extend to you guys a thank you for this recognition for Ms. Nicholas and the work that she does. I've had the occasion to work with Barbara for about 12 years. We haven't always agreed on things. I like the Commissioner. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. The wonderful thing about working with Barbara is you're going to get a different perspective. And it's normally a fairly well-reasoned perspective. And many, many times I have changed my mind on what I thought I knew. So anyway, that's the kind of attorney that we're working with. I think that as you reflected, the department, the civil division, I've managed many, many people, about 330 lawyers in the district attorney's office. And trust me, that is no easy task considering all the different practice groups that have and those and personalities and all the other things that go along with it. This is one of the departments that I most enjoy working with, primarily because it's kind of my background, but also it's one of the ones that I know that operate and do the things that we need them to do all day, every day in serving your needs. I just, again, want to commend you for the recognition, and again, it's the entire group. Barbara deserves this individually, but Barbara's work is certainly a culmination of the input of the entire group.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hamel. Thank you all.
Very much.
Judge, next, I've got the, I'm gonna ask Nathan Peters and that delegation from Public Works to come forward, please. Ms. Blair. This resolution reads that whereas Dallas County takes special notice and acknowledges where an individual and their employer have contributed and provided exceptional service to Dallas County and its project partners under the Major Capital Improvement Program. And whereas the Dallas County Public Works Department has recognized Nathan Peters, a professional engineer, Dallas County Engineer for TxDOT, as the 2023 City Lead Agency Partner of the Year Award recipient.
And whereas in the partnership with the city of Dallas, Dallas County, and the Friends of the North Haven Trail, Nathan has successfully led the unusually complicated North Haven Trail Bridge MCIP project in Commissioner Daniels' District 1 and in Commissioner Summerman District 2. And whereas the North Haven Trail Bridge connects the eastern end of the North Haven Trail over US Highway 75 Central Expressway to the White Rock Creek Trail and Cottonwood Creek Trail. And whereas Nathan expertly managed this multi-jurisdictional project, keeping all partners updated and engaged in the process, which culminated with the placement of a 201-foot-long, doubly curved, network-tied arch bridge over Central Expressway.
Yes, more adjectives.
There you go. The only such bridge design in the United States. And whereas, due to Nathan's leadership, the North Haven Trail Bridge was officially opened on December the 2nd, 2023, and now provides a crucial and safe link for better bicycle and pedestrian connectivity in the region. And whereas Dallas County congratulates Nathan on his 13 years of meritorious service with TxDOT. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and extend sincere appreciation to Mr. Nathan Peter, professional engineer with TxDOT, as a faithful, valued partner in the county's endeavor to take project coordination to the next level, and who strongly demonstrates a focus on trust, commitment, and shared vision of partnering. We look forward to working with Nathan on future projects, and I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by your sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Ms. Blair, is there anything else, any other adjective I could have put in there with regards to that bridge?
No, sir. I think look, Nathan has been a great partner, and again, starting with this project right here, he has shown the due diligence of working with us to get these type of projects achieved. He's also working on the 1382 project on the southern sector. So we have a whole series of bridges, of pedestrian opportunities that are happening with our trail systems, and we want to thank TxDOT, especially Nathan, for being a great partner. So with that, Nathan.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I can't take all the credit. We've got an amazing team at our TxDOT Dallas district. We like to think, not just me, we like to think outside the box to deliver these type of very unique projects. I'm also very proud of my construction inspection team. This was not a standard bridge. It was very unique, a lot of different inspection effort required there. I'd also like to thank all the different partners and entities that we worked with on this project. I'm not going to name them all because I'll probably forget somebody, but definitely wanted to highlight our excellent partners here at Dallas County. We always appreciate working with y'all on these type of projects. In my mind, this project is a prime example of getting together in the room, putting our heads together, and delivering a very unique project that makes a very big difference. So thank you.
You get the job done,
Yep.
and we know that it's done right. But
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But more importantly is the connectivity that you've been able to do. When we talk about the trails in Dallas County, the best known secret, we're going north, south, east, west. And that in itself is amazing. And not to mention that the way it was built and at night, trying not to alter the traffic as much as you could in an area like Dallas County and Central Expressway, kudos. Kudos. I mean, I went and see it several times. I know it's Commissioner Daniels and Commissioner Summerman's district, but I mean, it made me so proud to see that, in the last 13 years, we have come a long way. Muchísimas gracias.
But I know you take real pride, the only such bridge in the United States.
right here. Thank you.
I really like the videos of it. I saw it going up. That was a challenge, eh?
Yeah, it was a challenge for sure, to say the least.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for your hard work. We really appreciate you.
This is gonna make Bridge magazine when they picture.
Yeah. We better send it to county. Yeah, the county magazine, Alberta.
Got the shirts on, I see.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Somebody just wrote it.
Elizabeth, you got a delegation? You want to come forward? Whereas Dallas County takes special notice again and acknowledges where an individual is and their employer have contributed and provided exceptional service to Dallas County and project partners under the Major Capital Improvement Program. And whereas the Dallas County Public Works Department has recognized Elizabeth, I'm gonna mess it up, Elizabeth. Quilici. As long as you were in DeSoto, I didn't get it right then. I still ain't getting it right. Okay, Elizabeth Quisella, who is the professional engineer, formerly the Assistant Director of Development Services for the City of DeSoto as the 2023 City Partner of the Year recipient. And whereas Dallas County expresses sincere appreciation to Elizabeth for her partnership with Dallas County in all phases of coordination and administration of all county projects in the City of DeSoto, Commissioners District 3. And whereas Elizabeth played a key role in the coordination between DeSoto and Dallas County for the Daniel Dale Road and the Wintergreen Road MCIP projects. And whereas Elizabeth was instrumental in facilitating funding, scoping, agreements, invoicing, issuing resolution, meetings, and other matters requiring stakeholder partnering. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and extend sincere appreciation to Elizabeth Quisella, professional engineer, formerly with the City of DeSoto, as a faithful, valued partner in the county's endeavor to take project coordination to the next level, and who strongly demonstrates a focus on trust, commitment, shared vision of partnering. And we wish Elizabeth the best in her new assignment as the Assistant Director of Public Works and Engineering with the City of Waxahachie. And I so move.
Second.
Waxahachie. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thumbs up, innings. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah, we didn't move quick enough. We should have still had her, but it's okay. Alberta, let's talk about that between Daniel Dale and Wintergreen.
Well, Elizabeth, I just want to say we lost one to Ellis County. However, Elizabeth played a strong value partner for us, definitely with the City of DeSoto, but also for the southern sector region. It's not too many women that are professional engineers that do. So, I saw her grow, I saw her mature, and now, she's moved on to bigger and better. So we are still encouraging her and giving her direction and guidance in her hopefully a long, long career. So with that, Elizabeth, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today, and I would have to say it wouldn't be here without the support from people like Alberta or Charles Brewer from DeSoto, just guiding me, helping me, assisting me, and bringing everybody together. What's really important to me is to service the community members everywhere I work, and to make sure we get a capital improvement project that will be sufficient for the long term. So just working with the community and with the contractor and the design engineers and making sure all of that happens is always my goal. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, Elizabeth. And I just wanted to say, you may have gone to Ellis County, you know, that's because you're still part of the region.
Yes.
Because you know that roads do not recognize boundary lines, and they gotta match up when we go from city to city, county to county. So we know that you will also be involved in the COG projects, and so we will see you around. So thank you very much for what you've done for Dallas County, and we're looking forward to seeing how our partnerships can continue to produce good things. Thank you.
And you know, maybe in District 1, but in District 3, roads recognize boundary lines. And, and while we want to talk regional, I know where she was going, regionally, conceptually, you know, it's, it makes a difference when we're able to collaborate, especially when we talk about Loop 9, which runs along that border. Ellis County is going to be a very integral partner with us in that whole transportation corridor. And so we're glad you're there, Elizabeth, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're fired up.
Congratulations. It's great to see young women getting involved and, you know, making a difference in this world and in this county. Gracias.
I love it.
Thank you.
Okay, just scoot this way a little bit. Right there, perfect. Thank you.
Did y'all move towards the answer?
Oh, we love it. So you still get to drive. Yeah, it's the same drive.
And they like to drive too.
And Judge, I have the last one, the Floodplain Management Association. Come forward, please. And with all the rain, I think, are we 6 inches above where we're supposed to be?
We're trying.
I'll take that any day, as long as we can manage it. Whereas the Texas Floodplain Management Association has requested counties in Texas to participate in Flood Awareness Week through the adoption of a formal proclamation. And whereas Dallas County has recognized the importance of floodplain management, flood awareness, and the Trinity River, which provides recreation, transportation, economic development, and open space for Dallas County residents. And whereas Dallas County partners with the Trinity River Common Vision, Federal Emergency Management Agency, North Central Texas Council of Governments, the Texas Water Development Board, the Texas Floodplain Management Association, and other agencies to bring awareness regarding flooding to the residents of Dallas County. And whereas Dallas County is a member of the National Flood Insurance Program and has been since 1981, saving resident fees on flood insurance and providing eligibility for grant funding related to declared flooding disasters. And whereas flooding and flash flooding has threatened Dallas County citizens' safety, property, and occupations throughout our history, and can occur any time of the year, but often have a higher frequency during spring and summer thunderstorms, tropical storms, and hurricanes. And whereas Dallas County has continuously taken a proactive role in floodplain management and flooding initiatives through interdepartmental efforts, including the Dallas County Inland Port Flooding Planning Study, which will update the evaluation of several streams and identify flood mitigation projects and strategies. And whereas the state of Texas governor has proclaimed the week of May 20 through 24, 2024, as Flood Awareness Week in Texas. Now therefore be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes the State of Texas proclamation of Flood Awareness Week on May 20 through 24, and urges everyone in our community to be informed and prepared for floods and flash floods. Always turn around, don't drown. You could save the life of a loved one. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Blair?
Yes, sir. This is definitely, especially during this time, I mean, we've seen some events lately, and definitely in the last couple of weeks, that have been very, very serious. From the sinkhole to the access road at Buena Vita Way, we've just seen a lot of high recognized flooding situations. But one thing I want to do here is I want to thank all of definitely Dallas County. It's not Public Works, it's Dallas County. There's the Road and Bridge District and Road and Bridge District guys that come along and assist and are prepared to do the work. There's the Fire Marshal and the Fire Marshal's office. I don't know if he's here, Fire Marshal, and that team. And of course, Homeland Security, and then unincorporated services. So therefore, all of us get together. I mean, this is a joint effort to deal with situations that occur. So we're all coming together, pulling together, and it's not over yet. We have storms coming in this week as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tushar Solanki. Lisa Shepard, our floodplain manager, is out right now with her family, so I'm going to have Tushar say a few words.
Thank you, Alberta. And thank you again, Commissioner Price and honorable court members, for recognizing this week as Flood Awareness Week. We are grateful for your support. Floods are the most common and costly natural disaster in the U.S. Texas is impacted more than other states due to the proximity of the Gulf Coast. We have about 2/3 of unincorporated area of Dallas County is in flood risk. That's the main reason why Dallas County Public Works is currently working on Dallas County Inland Port Flood Planning Study and has identified about 30 potential projects and strategies to mitigate flood risk within the project area. This project is being performed through a grant from Texas Water Development Board from the Flood Infrastructure Fund. The total project funding is $7.45 million, with $5.34 million being funded with the FIF grant. 6 inches of water, moving water, is enough to knock a person down. 2 feet of moving water can sweep a vehicle away. So when driving, please remember to turn around, don't drown. Thank you again.
Thank you, Tashara. And let me just say to all of my cities, and of course to this delegation, along with those individuals, we've been having those late night presentations in all of the cities. I tell people in this county, water flows south, and ain't nobody got no flood problems up north. Used to be in Turtle Creek, but they rerouted the water. It's south. And I just want to thank you. We've been in those meetings late nights, but you guys have been there. Thank you. Thank you for always being available. And as Ms. Blair said, whether it's the fire marshal, whether it's DOS, they've always been there when we've needed. That whole Malloy Bridge Road cave-in, sunk hole, call it what you want. It's less than 3 miles from the new cut across between 35 and 45 for Loop 9. And things happen for a reason, because I'm gonna tell you, we were planning on being finished in less than 75 days. And had that sunk hole appeared, it would have shut down all of Loop 9 coming across there. And so we're in the process now, along with TxDOT, talking about doing reconstruction of Malloy Bridge Road. And of course, since being out there, and I'm sure you already know this, but we've discovered there's some other weaknesses in that road. So I just want to say thank you. Flooding. Last thing, insurance, I read this morning, as Shane kept talking about values, insurance in the Dallas-Fort Worth region is the second highest in the country. Just unbelievable. And 'cause we're working on a PID project, so that's the reason I'm bringing it up. Second highest in the country, Dallas-Fort Worth. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Thank you, Alberta, Mr. Solansky, and the whole team. I mean, the reality is these issues are part of what Dallas has to deal all the time. And we have great partners with all of you as well as the city of Dallas. Like Commissioner Price say, water goes south, and for whatever reason, we have the best water right here. But nevertheless, it can be dangerous. So thank you all for everything you do, and thank you for being a partner with Dallas County. We are constantly in communication and working with you. So, gracias.
Aren't they nice? Don't you like their shirts?
Oh, no, I like the shirts. I just want to know where Teddy's shirt.
Not as classy as those vests over there.
Yeah, those vests are nice, aren't they?
Thank you, guys.
Judge, it's on you.
I have the next resolution, but would defer if, are all these folks here for a resolution?
No, I think that's,
Okay.
Judge, you don't
Talking
have
about
the
you.
employees of the month?
I do, if those folks are here for a resolution, that's a lot of folks, and I was gonna get them back to work.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Okay, the next resolution is mine, and is the resolution that is National Heat Awareness Day. Just like we talk about floating, we're going to talk about heat. Mr. Aguilar and Road and Bridge Street resolution, as well as Dr. Huang and the weatherization program that is here today. I'm going to ask you to come forward. Thank you all for being here. And we all know the dangers that Dallas, Texas has when we talk about heat. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas National Heat Awareness Day is recognized on the last Friday in May each year. It serves as a day to raise awareness about the dangers of heat-related illnesses and the importance of taking preventive measures to stay safe during hot weather conditions. It is crucial to educate and raise awareness about the importance of heat safety for all community members, including children, the elderly, construction workers, and pets. And whereas the rising temperatures during the summer months pose significant health risk, especially in Dallas County. In 2023, Dallas County identified 31 heat-related deaths. In Texas, more than 300 heat-related deaths were reported in 2023, the most since the state began tracking such deaths in 1990. And whereas citizens should undertake measures to ensure the well-being of their families, especially children and pets, during the periods of extreme heat. Never leave children or pets unattended in a parked vehicle, as temperatures can quickly become life-threatening in a matter of seconds. Whereas citizens should stay informed, hydrated, and dress appropriately for the hot weather by wearing lightweight, loose-fitting clothing and using hats and sunscreen to protect against sunburn. Regularly check on the elderly family members, neighbors, and those with chronic illnesses to ensure they are coping with the heat. Keep pets indoors or provide shaded areas with plenty of water when they're outside. And whereas staying hydrated and cool is crucial, especially for construction workers who must endure intense heat during the Texas summer, where it's not uncommon for temperatures to reach around 100 degrees. In addition to these hot temperatures, Road and Bridge District 4 crews must work with asphalt that can range in temperatures between 180 and 350 degrees Fahrenheit. The combination of these factors can lead employees to experience heat exhaustion or heat stroke. And whereas there are no federal or state standards that specifically protect workers from heat illnesses, now therefore than ever, providing employees with proper personal protective equipment, PPE, training in self-care, rest periods along with ensuring that they stay hydrated and cool not only promotes their health and safety but also maintains their efficiency and effectiveness on the job, allowing them to continue their essential work in our communities. And whereas, as a protective approach, Dallas County Health and Human Services offers an emergency window program for Dallas County residents to beat the heat. You can call 214-819-1976 to see if you qualify for assistance. One more time, you can call 214-819-1976 to see if you qualify for assistance. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby declare May 31, 2024 as National Heat Awareness Day. We honor and remember those who have suffered from heat-related illnesses and urge everyone to stay informed, safe, and cool, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Dr. Juan?
Yes. Well, thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for this resolution, really bringing attention to this important issue as it's only getting worse, and we know how hot it does get here. As you noted, we had 31 deaths, heat-related deaths identified last season, and over 1,800 heat-related emergency department visits between May and September of last year. So, so we have, here today, the weatherization, some of the weatherization program staff, Daniel THERESA, who directs that program, Maria Garcia, Yancy Turner. So they do great work all the time, working on weatherization and houses and homes to help people protect themselves. And then also, as you mentioned, the AC unit distribution. Last year, they gave almost 800 units out. Between 2022 and 2023, gave over 1,200 units out. So that's one important resource that we have. So.
But what was the request?
How many were requested, Dr. Juan? Do you remember? I know it was a high number.
Yeah, it was extremely
It was a very
high.
large number that we had that was requested.
1,000.
We don't have those numbers exactly with us, but we do appreciate the bill for the program, and we have weatherization has AC units on hand for this year, and we want to make sure that we provide them to anyone in need throughout the community.
Well, there's a ranking apparently, and I know we got a piece on the agenda later on. Not that I oppose the $2.5 million request, either the first or the second one, but that versus I'm talking about the ERP. Okay, because I've got something to say about that. But my point is that I'd like to just know what was the delta. How many of them could we not service last year? And I've talked to you a number of times about some of the houses just wouldn't, sustain it. I get that, but it's I always want to know not how many you service. What's the what's the ask? How many did we not service as we continue to talk about moving funds around?
Sure. And I know we've been trying to get some more of the AC units on hand beforehand, so we're ready for that. And sometimes it's just sort of a resource issue, but we appreciate the support for getting more if there is some.
Definitely. Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, you want to say a few words?
Good morning. Again, my name is Gerald Aguilar. I've been serving as a road and bridge superintendent for District 4 for 10 years now. I used to consider myself a newbie, but I've been here a while. Here to my right, I want to introduce the most dedicated and professional construction workers. They happen to be from District 4, and every opportunity I can get to brag about them, I do so. These guys provide milling and asphalt services to our customer cities. Within Dallas County, they provide sanding and snow and ice operations. They also provide tornado response operations. We tear down buildings and we clear homeless encampments. You name it, we do it. I do want to talk a little bit about heat awareness. From my experience of 45 years in the construction industry, specifically in asphalt and concrete operations, I can tell you that the 5 key components of dealing with heat illness are awareness, training, providing rest periods to our employees, proper hydration, and providing personal protective equipment. From a training standpoint, something we always talk about is to our employees is to monitor yourself, monitor your coworkers. If you notice something about you feel dizzy or nauseated, something like that, to notify your supervisor so we can take corrective action. As far as rest periods are concerned, 1 rest period in the morning, 1 rest period in the afternoon is okay during normal circumstances, but when the temperature again is hovering around 100 degrees, you have asphalt that's between 180 and 350 degrees. 1 rest period in the morning is not enough. I encourage my employees to take as many rest periods as they need. When you see our employees, same thing with District 3, when you see them sitting down, laying down on the sidewalks, they are not being lazy. They're recuperating. They're waiting for the next load of asphalt. So most citizens recognize that. Some citizens don't recognize that. So the other item that we provide to our employees is proper hydration. Every single one of our employees is provided their own personal 2-gallon water jug. We provide them electrolytes, and we encourage them to stay hydrated. As we talked a little bit about our personal protective equipment, Commissioner, I appreciate that you support us in every way, purchasing department. The entire county supports us and RB3 also in providing all the personal protection equipment that we need. We've got self-weakened uniforms. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. Camel bags, I use them for cycling. We use them for our construction. They call these, what do they call these? Buoy caps, ventilated, what is this called? Ventilated safety vest. And again, and then we have hard hat brims. And the whole point is that I want to share with my employees is that we'll provide them, the county will provide them anything that they request as long as they're going to use it, as long as it's going to help them deal with the heat. So I appreciate Dallas County Commissioner Garcia for supporting our folks. Something else I want to add, in the wintertime, we go from one extreme to the other. In the wintertime, RB3, along with RB4, is out there in the middle of the night in sub-freezing temperatures, dealing with the environment and providing services to Dallas County, our customer cities, and to our own county facilities. So I think these guys deserve a big round of applause. So.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it.
I just wanted to say thank you also, because my district, District 1, We don't have a crew because we've got a half a mile of unincorporated road. We don't need to have a crew, but we really appreciate the fact that when there are needs in District 1, that we can contract with either you or District 3 folks to come and do the job that needs to be done. So by working together in that partnership, I think we're able to keep the whole county the way that it ought to be. So thank you, and thank you to everybody else there, because, you know, without you, we don't get the job done.
Appreciate that.
I'm going to mess with you, Gil, because we got 106 miles. So what I suggest for 1 year, we switch out. We'll do, RB3 will come over and do what y'all do, and y'all come over and do what we do. Yeah. Anyway, we got 106 miles. Yeah, hey, challenge.
Challenge accepted.
She got a half a mile. You got a half a mile. I got 106 miles. My point is, and you know, and the real challenge for us now is not only heat, but it's supply chain.
Yep.
I mean, where we used to could you get, you know, 2 loads a day. We can't get it anymore. I mean, they servicing everyone else except us, which means that we've got to migrate. And Dr. Watkins is not going to appreciate this because I made a submission. I know it's coming up on mid-year, but when Dallas County is 955 square miles, I got 68 square miles of unincorporated. And when I go from Hutchins to Rowlett, it takes me a half a day just to get up there and set up.
And that's without traffic.
Yeah, that's exactly right. To set up, and so it's a whole different work scheme.
Right.
By road and
moving
bridge.
equipment and
That's the setup.
It is a real challenge.
And so I spent some time out there with them. That was that proposal I'm coming forward with. But anyway, I appreciate the fact that if we call you, you respond, and thank you.
And we appreciate District 3 too.
Thank y'all. When we have emergencies, you guys are great. I'm curious, since you're working on the roads and you've got both your hands, you're not on a bike, how many people are using the Camelback? Is that a useful thing when you're, doing road work or?
Yeah, we provide all this equipment that we provide. I allow our employees to select the equipment they want to use. There's about 5 employees that use them religiously all the time. It doesn't work in all applications. So again, all this equipment, we have a ventilated hard hat, but they make that call, each employee.
So water bottle's still more popular, but a few of them use Camelback?
Right.
Just curious. I hadn't thought of using Camelbacks for construction, so that's whatever works.
Thank you.
Y'all stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. Take a picture.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I still got the voice. All right.
Andrew.
These guys.
Dr. Juan, whether it's okay, sounds good.
Yeah, now that I got a son, in a few years we'll be at that. Hey, John, let me drive that heavy equipment. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Out of others.
And the last one we've got, I think.
Judge, we have one more picture with Dr. Huang and the
Sure.
organization team.
Well, actually, not the last one. Dr. Daniel has one too.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glad
You
you're
good?
here.
Thank you for everything.
Bye-bye.
Yep. All right, and we got two more resolutions. I've got the first one. It's Employees of the Month, and so thank you, Employees of the Month, for letting that one jump ahead here. And now, if you are an Employee of the Month and you are here today, please come forward. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas, since 2012, Dallas County has recognized outstanding employees through our Employee Recognition Program. Each month, select employees are formally recognized by the Commissioners Court at a designated session where their names are written in the record of Dallas County. And whereas this annual program allows elected officials and department directors to publicly salute employees who rise to the challenge of public service and represent the first-class public sector organization we strive to be. And whereas the employees recognized today have been chosen for their hard work and dedication to meeting the demands of their individual positions and the overall strategic plan set each year by the Commissioners Court. Whereas for those who interact with Dallas County, our employees represent who we are as a public entity. The efforts by the employees listed below ensure that the public sees Dallas County at its best. These recognized employees perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and destination of choice for residents and businesses. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program sets each of them apart as a model employee worthy of this honor. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees: Sonia Harris, County Clerk; Jennifer Corona, Criminal Justice; Bisola Adepojo, Human Resources, and I've got a fan club over there. Martin Corona at Juvenile; James Hutchison Jr. at Juvenile; Eletria Maxwell at Pretrial Services; James Anderson at Public Works; Victoria Day, Sheriff; James Bledsoe, Sheriff; Charles C. Larison, Sheriff; and finally, Abraham, last but not least, Abraham Alcala with the Tax Office, for being selected as Employees of the Month for May 2024, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, y'all. Y'all want to get a picture?
Somebody wants to say something?
I'll say one thing.
Yes, go ahead.
That was a hard act to follow with all those people before us.
They just dressed up like that.
Okay, you want me to say?
I like your shirt.
Oh, well, I just want to say thank you so much for this honor. It's so surprising for me because my team member didn't even tell me that something like this is coming up, and it's a big surprise for me. Thank you so much, my team. Appreciate it.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for giving this. Thank you. And thank you to all the group of people that are here supporting.
If you don't mind, I would like to say something. My
Please
name is
do.
Althea Chatterton, Assistant Director, Human Resources. I would like to say that Bisola has been such an asset to the Human Resources team and to Dallas County as a whole. I would be remiss not to say something about him because he has brought a wealth of knowledge, insight, and foresight for us to be able to develop the employees here at the City of Dallas to service each other and to service the community. And we look forward to his next steps in his professional career as an organizational development PhD. And I know with that PhD, he can move wonders and do wonders here at the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say to our juvenile staff, supervisor and probation, that we cannot do and take care of youth without individuals like yourselves. We run a 24-hour operation, 7 days a week. Supervisor Hutchison has worked in every campus we have. He's been flexible, fluid, go with a smile, grumble sometimes, but he goes everywhere that we need him to go. I want to say thank you to Probation Officer Martin as well for all the work you all do. Thank you. On behalf of the chief, thank you.
Okay.
Come on.
Anyone else?
Y'all come on.
That's so good. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
What's going on, guys?
Good to see you.
All right, we say go Mavs and Stars.
Go Mavs.
Go Mavs.
Okay. Rangers, Stars, Maps. We're kicking it. We just need the Cowboys.
Who?
No, you know who I'm talking about. You're right.
Got folks still coming on the camera.
Thank you and congratulations to you.
And Dr. Daniel has our final resolution today.
Now it's my turn. Thank you very much. We saved the best for last. You probably know that county government is public health, public safety. And this particular resolution is one that addresses the foundation pieces of treatment because it is recognizing the National Treatment Court Month. Whereas May 2024 is designated as National Treatment Court Month to honor the success and hope restored to the graduates of treatment courts and their families. Whereas the Miami-Dade Drug Court, established in 1989, served as a pioneering model for specialized courts handling drug-related cases across the U.S. justice system. And whereas treatment courts serve as a vital partnership between public safety and public health professionals to combat drug abuse and its associated criminal activities, recognized as one of the most effective justice interventions in our nation's history. And whereas over 4,000 treatment courts nationwide have positively impacted the lives of over 1.5 million individuals, resulting in significant cost savings and improved outcomes in education, employment, housing, family reunification, and health care for addicted mothers. And whereas Dallas County's first drug court, the Dallas Initiative for Expedited Rehabilitation and Treatment, which we all recognize as Divert Court, founded by Judge Don Crusoe, focused on using the courts to keep individuals engaged in drug treatment and reduce recidivism rates. And whereas Dallas County is home to 14 certified adult specialty courts, tailored to the unique strengths and needs of the community, focusing on areas such as co-occurring disorders, reentry, mental health, DWI, drug, commercially exploited individuals, and veterans. And whereas the Dallas County Specialty Court's 530-day celebration on May 30th, 2024, is an important event that aims to foster team building, provide training, and recognize the hard work and dedication of specialty courts and our vendor collaborators. And whereas the success of Dallas County Specialty Courts is made possible through collaborative partnerships with key stakeholders, including the judiciary, the Dallas County Public Defender's Office, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, the Dallas County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, the Dallas County Criminal Justice Department, and various community treatment and resource providers. Whereas in 1995, All Rise, previously known as the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, initiated the Seoul National Conference for Treatment Court Professionals. RISE serves as a platform that brings together leaders in public health and public safety, collaborating to enhance treatment options for individuals with substance use and mental health issues who are engaged in the justice system. Regarded as the leading global conference on addiction, mental health, and justice reform, RISE will be returning to Anaheim, California from May 22nd through the 25th, 2024. in honor of National Treatment Court Month, select staff members and stakeholders from Dallas County will be showing their support and attending RISE 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Dallas County Commissioners Court, declares that a treatment court month be established during the month of May 2024 in recognition of the practitioners and participants who make treatment courts effective and for the significant contributions that treatment courts continue to make in reducing drug use and crime. And I so move.
Second.
That was a tie. I don't know who seconded that, but we're all for it. All those in favor, signify by saying
Summerman.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And thank you very much. And are there any words of wisdom you would like to share with us?
I'll just say real briefly, thank you so much, Commissioners Court, for the resolution and for your continued, Laura Edmonds, Dallas County Criminal Justice Department. But thank you so much for all of the years of support that you've shown for our treatment courts. So much of this is really because of those collaborative relationships that were mentioned in the resolution. But I think what stands out to me the most is that collaboration works because all of those are driven by a passion for the participants in these programs to really see them succeed. And it is amazing to see that passion overflow day in and day out. So just a big kudos to all those that are involved in our treatment courts every day and all the hard work that they're doing.
Who is with you, Ms. Edmonds? Who is with you, Ms. Randall?
Yes, Charlene Randolph, Dallas County Criminal Justice Department. I think Laura Edmonds expressed the words of appreciation and sentiment. These drug courts impact lives, and they also impact the lives of the people providing the services. There's a lot of rewards that come out of that, and so we are having 530 Day to celebrate those individuals that work in these specialty courts, get a little training, but also have some fun and team building. So looking forward to that as well. So thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Judge.
Good morning. Thank you all so much on behalf of the judiciary. I want to thank you so much for acknowledging.
Yeah, say your name.
We really appreciate all that you do, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the people and staff behind our treatment courts because we work collaboratively together. And I want you all to know and the people to know that a lot of the staff and the judges spend their time, we're not paid to do that. We spend, my treatment court starts at 5 o'clock at night. And I am there in the evenings, and we have staff, and the staff that participate choose to do that because they believe in the mission of treatment courts. And we know that treatment courts reduce crime and they save lives. And your continuing commitment and support to that mission is greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Judge, can you say your name for the record?
Yeah, well, I know you,
How
but
is that even
everybody.
possible? I am Audrey Moorhead, and I am the judge of Dallas County Criminal Court number 3, and I have a statutory treatment court that has been in effect for almost 18 years, and I received that court from the Honorable Judge Dan Patterson, and I am so proud that he asked me to serve in that regard. And thank you for your confidence. I appreciate you.
Your Honor, thank you for your hard work and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Blocker?
Mr. Blocker.
You're one of Mama's favorites, by the way. Judge Moorhead. Good morning.
Of the 22 or 20 plus courts, specialty courts and problem-solving courts in Dallas County, I'm proud to say that our office services 20 of them, the vast majority. Others are serviced by attorneys in private practice who have a contract. But all of this works because of exactly what Ms. Edmonds said. Because all of the silos have been broken, or a good number of the silos have been broken down between the various departments. Egos have been set aside. Egos have been set aside. Egos have been set aside for the betterment of our fellow man. As a young attorney assigned to Judge Cruzo's court many years ago, I had the opportunity to witness what he did and how he did it first up close and personal. Couldn't believe it. It was a sea change for the criminal justice system. And it was a sea change that grew and grew and grew, and it's borne much fruit over these many years. And again, I'm happy to say that as the chief of the Dallas County Public Defender's Office, we're happy to be a part of this program that changes and impacts lives on a daily basis. So thank you for your support.
Paul, thank you. Which four are y'all not in?
Two.
Actually, Judge Moorhead's program, we do not service that one, and there is a felony program that we don't service.
Okay, and that's just the choice of the judge, or what's the other?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And also, I want to give a shout out to criminal justice. They make this work for us as well because they're the ones who procure the grants. They're the ones who monitor the grant matrix of the various programs. They herd all of these various cats to make sure that everyone is supposed to be where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be, and they're also the keeper of the assessments. Yeah. This also works because of the district attorney's office and their willingness to, once a participant has graduated and completed all the conditions of the program, give them or grant them an expunction. So all of these things work together to make sure that our citizens are returned to a much better position after having encountered us than before. So thank you.
And Paul, in the 20 that y'all serve, is it also possible, or does it also frequently happen that a private attorney that someone has, that person may get into the treatment programs or get diverted?
Correct.
So, okay.
Sorry to hear that. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. Great work. Great job, Bill.
Thank you all. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we probably will get to this later, but just as a reminder to everyone, early voting has started, and you can vote anywhere in Dallas County. If you're a Dallas County resident, of course, if you're watching online or you live in Denton County or somewhere, Collin County, Tarrant County, Denton County, Ellis County, and I'm not sure about every one of them, but most of the counties around here have countywide voting, which means that even on election day, you can vote anywhere in your county. That's one of the good things about voting early, because anywhere in Texas, you can vote in any of the early voting locations in your county. So we would encourage everybody to vote early. The election day is the 28th. Am I right on that, Hyder? It's the 28th. Yeah. And early vote runs now this week through,
After the end, Judge.
through Friday.
Yeah. Well, the problem, Judge, you say any place, there are not as many voting locations. There's been a compression.
Well, any place that is open in your county. So in the state of Texas, even if you're in a county, I'm not sure there are any, but if you're like in Erath County, and let's say Erath County doesn't have early voting, or it doesn't have same day, election day, anywhere voting, which is countywide voting. But still, early vote, if there are 2 or 3 places to early vote, you can vote in any of them. Here in Dallas County, there are dozens of places to early vote. That's also true in Tarrant County and Collin County. I'm not sure about Denton, but I know they have several. So please exercise your right to vote.
But that's going to be part of my problem, Judge, and I'll have it in part of my presentation.
Yeah, in election. I just want to make sure people have
no,
that.
it's going to come up.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of presentations, we now have time for our presentations. Commissioner Price, you have the first several. I think we've already done Dallas Central Appraisal, so you've got several, and then Commissioner Summerman has one. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, as we continue to talk about, all that's done, there are certain communities that seem to be impacted more than others. And I'll bring that, into the voting sphere, even though with DEI, Jason bought a professor as we continue to talk about this whole health piece. And I brought this up with regards to health and the disparity in Dallas County. But the Monkey Mugs Chronicle Extra is Ole Miss investigates racist overtones as these protests.
Yes.
Yeah, Ole Miss. Well, hell.
I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, the white folks in Ole Miss ain't no different than the white folks anywhere else.
I don't know. I've had.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Ole Miss investigates racist overtones as black students taunt at pro-Palestinian protests. The student who has filmed making sounds and gestures
that appeared to mimic a monkey toward a black student has also been removed from his fraternity. Viral footage of a University of Mississippi student appearing to mimic a monkey toward a black woman who was part of a pro-Palestinian protest has resulted in the school launching a probe into his actions. The university said in a letter that it has opened a student and conducted an investigation after protesters were met last week by the action that appeared to convey, quote, hostility and racist overtones. The student who was filmed making the sounds and gestures has also been removed from his fraternity, Phi Delta Theta, General Headquarters said in a statement. Several dozen students were peacefully evacuated from the University of Mississippi campus after more than 200 counter-protesters started to throw objects and shout at the protesters, the Clarion Ledger, part of the USA Today network, reported. About 50 to 60 protesters had gathered for a demonstration before the event, and that escalated with a counter-protester outnumbering the pro-Palestinian protesters. As videos proliferated online, one in particular showing a black woman confronting a group of white male counter-protesters, yelling at each other, quickly went viral. In it, a man imitates the sounds and the movements of a monkey toward the woman, while others in the crowd can be heard chanting, "Lock her up." Isn't that something? As backwards as Ole Miss is, Judge, they at least had the good sense to punish one of their own for racial insensitivity. The student who was suspended from the fraternity while enjoying white privilege would probably have gotten promoted at Parkland.
Well, I do commend Ole Miss for that thing. For that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We ain't found nothing different. But anyway, gotcha. Judicial performance at Frank Crowley. I'm sorry. The jail population, 7 a.m. DUA warning report is 90% of our total jail capacity. The increase this year over last year is 598, basically 600 more individuals. But the population continues to have to be done manually, and individuals in the jail, and I want to thank the Community Justice Division for doing that, to ensure that people don't linger in jail unnecessarily in custody. The misdemeanor courts need to provide their monthly disposition totals. Still don't have that, Judge. Felony courts are only providing disposition data in 6 courts monthly.
Let me ask a couple of questions about that. So for anyone who knows, not trying to put anybody on the spot, where are we on that? One, as far as when are we going to get the misdemeanor numbers? 2, we had the challenging rollout of Odyssey and those things. That probably accounts for some of this, certainly. But as we look at jail pop in the other large urban counties in Texas, are we seeing it up? Are we seeing the close approximation of the percentage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's not all of it then. So when are we going to get our numbers on or information on the misdemeanors?
Well, I'll let Mr. Reed talk about that, but the Continuous Improvement Committee, of which Commissioner Summerman chaired, we brought Odyssey team along with the county team, Ms. Petrie and Mr. Warren, all affected criminal justice and all, and they seem to finally be on track and getting it underfoot. Now, with regards to those numbers, they should be
forthcoming. I know that the absconder numbers were what we were concerned about as we inch closer, but we do feel as though that we are in the range of achieving our 90% before the August 1st deadline.
I agree with that. My question is, on the misdemeanor information, when does Tyler say we will have it?
Then Tyler, Mr. Reed.
The OCA reporting on the county side is pretty close. It's not quite there yet. There's some manual data cleanup that still needs to occur. I don't know if Mr. Warren is here. He'd be able to speak more fluently on that. I know on the district clerk side, as presented to the Continuous Improvement Committee, there is a significant data cleanup that is remaining. Not nearly as significant as it was.
But misdemeanor is providing the data. Right.
Yes, sir.
They're providing the data.
Yes, sir.
It's felony that is not.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought we were talking about OCA reporting, but yes, we do have the data on the misdemeanor side. We can pull that. And I don't want to speak on the behalf of the district clerk, but there is a reporting requirement that office has to do called 1182, House Bill 1182. They have provided that as largely what we are looking for. So the data can be pulled. It just can't be. It's just a very manual task to do it.
So misdemeanor, let me make the record clear, misdemeanor is providing the data. Felony is not. And, and that's the real challenge. I mean, I tell people all the time, the majority of our cases, are not misdemeanor cases. I mean, they're felony cases. We can manage those misdemeanor. It's those felony cases that are charging us up, Judge. Okay. I mean, that's the real challenge. As we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're trying to make it more than just a deal. And I don't really know how I feel. I know on Thursday, June the 13th, in the Central Jury Room with Frank Crowley, they're going to do that celebration of Juneteenth and why we celebrate. And I guess at some point in time, I want to see us go. There's a group called Sweet Honey on the Rocks, and they do a thing called, what do you celebrate? I mean, what do we celebrate? I mean, when we look at the gap in this country, it's basically the same. The Department of Labor, the Bureau of Census, still says that an African American with a college education earns what an Anglo does with a high school education. Those are not my numbers, that's Department of Labor, the Bureau of Census. Oh, an African American with similar credit history is 4 times less likely to acquire a home mortgage loan.
Yeah, I don't think it's celebration. I think it's recognition and the continued awareness. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about the realities of where we are today.
Well, we can talk about the realities, but it's kind of like I talk about in those CDC reports and how much closer are we? We've been talking about this
a long time.
But, yeah. And so, I mean, what's the real mark in terms of progress? I just said, and when you look at those Department of Labor, Bureau of Census numbers, they're the same as they were almost 10 years ago.
But Commissioner Price, I agree with what Commissioner Daniels just said. You have to keep it in the forefront. And, I know that sometimes when we say celebration, and I agree with you, Latinos in general, we have the same issues. But I agree that the fact that you keep bringing it up is awareness, education. We need to continue to take it into consideration. If we look at history in itself, just talk about 40, 50 years ago, 1976, women could not have bank accounts. Women could not drive a car. We could not have an apartment. So if you really look in the context, it's taken a long time, and I hope we can see some of these changes happen in our lifetimes, but if not, I hope that the next generation continues to bring it forward and continues to take awareness that things have to change.
Yeah, well, black women, even if you want to go the women's route, I look at those numbers as well.
No,
They're
we are
still-
high. Look at pay. Latinas are the low pay.
I think one of the things we have to recognize as well, thanks to our DEI office, but thanks to this court, is we make a difference where we can. And you guys have done an awesome job in leveling the playing field here at Dallas County in terms of our salaries, in terms of the pay for all of our employees. And I've got Jason looking at those numbers, but you make sure that we do better than the average for our employees here at Dallas County. So we appreciate that. And I appreciate Jason for keeping that as well in front of us.
And I want to thank you guys, also staff, because I mean, when we talk about minority participation, Commissioner, I mean, just look at those numbers. Still low, but hey, for the first time since I got here, we're competing with the biggest giants of minority participation, DART and DFW Airport. And hey, it couldn't happen without all of the people sitting right here and all the people sitting with administration and staff. So I know, Commissioner, it's frustrating, and sometimes I feel the same way. But hey, we have to look to a bright future. Otherwise, you know, there's no light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a train. It's a light. It's a train. Dallas County Juvenile Justice Department Evidence Change Report and the Council State Government Report. Yesterday, Juvenile Board, they did report. The Justice Department just came in. They had 109 areas where they checked the Juvenile Department. They only had one area where there was technical assistance. The rest of it, they were sufficiently moving forward. And so I do want to commend the department for moving forward. Certified facilities as usual. And I just talked about the midnight jail population count. I think we're at 6,300 was the midnight count, but we're continuing to to move forward in advance. And I do want to commend the Sheriff's Department, and I see Chief Herclock's here and Sheriff Brown. Judge talked a few minutes earlier, but keep in mind, Dallas County is still one of the few major counties that has not had to outsource its custody with regards to that facility. And that could be anywhere from a $20 million to a $50 million range. We have not had to do that. And so I do want to thank.
And it promotes better justice and better outcomes, right?
It does.
Defendants here as opposed to a state away. It makes it easier to get their case disposed of quickly. It keeps them closer to family, which cuts down on recidivism. It gets the victims the justice that they deserve quicker in cases of people being found guilty. So it's all around a good thing.
And while Mr. Blocker was here and was talking about in those divert courts in 20 of the 22 courts, this court, and I've said this before, this court funds 120-something lawyers at about a $23 million debt. Mr. Auditor, the appointment of outside counsel alone in Dallas County was in excess of $12 million. And I contend that it does not even continue to broach the kind of representation that the Public Defender's Office, because of the accountability factor, not only from this court, from a department within this county, that they get a chance to do. We can't sometimes find those individuals who have been appointed. And even when we can't find them, Public Defender's Office get appointed, and they just help dispose of the cases. And so at some point in time later on, I'm going to start to talk again about these outside. You have nothing to do with it. You just the payroll, but that comes from the judges in terms of who they appoint to handle these cases. And I'm still miffed
from COVID and some of the Facebook postings I saw from these lawyers that are appointed with regards to their client. They were no different than the monkey mug stuff. It's the same kind of old racist nonsense, but it's in the chatter and people act like they don't see it. And I can handle anything in the world, but I mean, these are the individuals we're appointing to represent those individuals.
We said we, that's
When I say we,
individual.
the judges. I don't mean the Commissioner's Court. We did the Public Defender's Office. And next, I guess we want to do this thing about elections. I had asked and sent a piece with everything from issues regarding the printing of the ballots, because I had asked the auditor's office because we were told that when we handle outside jurisdictions, that the county gets 100% reimbursement. I found that not to be the case. We can bill, but we do not get 100% reimbursement, and therefore we still, as far as I'm concerned, have a say in what's going on. Statute's real clear. Got the statute. I don't want to spend everybody's time going through all the statute, but I can, as it talks about everything from contract for election services authorized, to payment of election expenses, to the disposition of contract money and payment of contracting office expenses. Statute's real clear. To the filing copies of the contract, the law therefore requires election administrator to file a copy of the contract with the county treasurer and the county auditor. I've gone through those documents. And so I've got some issues with regards to elections. Judge, I think you told me at the last meeting that after the runoff, that you're gonna call a meeting of the Election Commission. But right now, I've asked for the Ask Ed reports for early voting. I've asked about issues regarding the reprinting of the ballots. I've asked about the condition of the election equipment and supplies and the storage of that equipment, and the election budget and the reimbursement from the city for cost. And even though I generated that concern and it talked about in the last Commissioner's Court, I have yet to receive that. And so I'm ready to talk about it. At some point in time, I'm ready to talk about it. We had a reprinting of the ballots.
You're asking him, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he's here.
Sir, you asked about four things. Number one was the reprinting of the ballots. So when the entities file, when they prepare their election, right, and they contract with us, one of the steps they have to do is give us the information that we have to put in the ballot for them. So they give us the data, we generate the ballots, we send it to them, we tell them to proof it, sign off on them, then they send it back to us. They give us a thumbs up or they ask for a correction, and then those ballots go out. Once ballots are mailed out to voters, which starts happening 45 days before the election for voters overseas, if there's any change to the ballot, we have to go through a process specified in the code called a ballot correction. Every voter who has been sent a ballot has to be sent a corrected ballot, right? In May, that happened because the data that DCAT, the appraisal district, sent us was wrong, and then they sign off on the proof being wrong. In essence, they put two candidates in the wrong place. When they generated the list, my assumption is when they proofed the ballot, they generated it, they proofed it against the list, they generated, and after those ballots went out, some voters spotted it, and then they called us and said, we have two people in the wrong place, we need to fix this. At that point, over 13,000 ballots had been mailed out to voters. And so there's a separate invoice they're going to receive for all the efforts it took to reprint, remail, retest everything to make that ballot correction happen. Those expenses are still being tabulated because some work, we don't close it until we're done with the election. And we know that even during the canvass phase, we didn't have to put in any extra work caused by that. In essence, what happens is through the election, every time somebody's doing something, the question is, if we didn't have to do the reprint, would we be doing this? And if the answer is no, that goes in that separate account, I guess you can call it, that separate pot that gets sent to that entity that caused the reprint. Now, if it were something we did wrong, we would eat up the cost, but the case in this election was
Somebody else. We didn't
like I said, a
necessarily-
confirmation for the district. So that's the process behind that. I don't know if that answered the question you had.
So you're saying you had to reprint 13,000 ballots?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that that's a bill that you're going to forward to DCAD?
That's correct, sir, together with their cost of the election.
And are they aware?
Yes, sir.
Well, it was very confusing for voters. A number of the voters showed up, and they were a little tepid about.
Yeah. On that, and I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
On that, my mom had this idea, and I told her, I don't know, Mom, that may be illegal, but her idea, she said it was confusing to her and her friends that they got two mail ballots in the same kind of lime green envelope. And she said, why couldn't they have sent the second one in a different envelope, like a red envelope or something, so we would know which one to use?
So there's language in the code that says how this has to be addressed, and it says you have to put a stamp on the carrier envelope that says corrected ballot so that it can be distinguished. Certainly a good idea to look into and see if we can have different envelopes, like an emergency envelope, right? a
Yeah,
correction
she
or
said,
something.
so possibility of thinking about it wouldn't fix it completely, but she said it was the fact that they were identical looking was pretty confusing.
And I agree with Commissioner Price. A ballot correction is something that we hate having to go through. It is confusing, right? And in times of the post-2020 election and conspiracy theories, people start saying, well, you're mailing out extra ballots, 2 ballots, 3 ballots. And a ballot correction that happens in a May election after a primary with an upcoming primary runoff, we have people who got 3 ballots, the original, the corrected, and then the primary runoff ballot. And some of them might be getting a 4th in the next week for the municipal runoff, depending on where you live. And so, it's uncomfortable, it fuels conspiracy theories, but it's a process we have to go through to make sure that people get the ballot that they're entitled to with the right candidates and the right, it's a mandate in the law. So as uncomfortable as it is, it's a process we have to go through. There are inserts in the packets. We sometimes get people who say, look, I got 2 ballots, and we say, open them. One of them has a letter explaining this is a corrected ballot. Look at the label outside. So I agree, it's not ideal, but we have to go through
Now, I
it.
understand DCAD, this is the first year. This is basically the first year I've dealt with it, even for my ballots. I get DCAD.
Mhm.
I don't, and I'm trying to recall in my history, I don't recall this. I just don't recall.
2 ballots?
That been reprinted in the ballot. Yeah, I just don't. And like I said, if you check the rolls, I tell people all the time, since I turned 18, I've never ever missed an election. I've never seen that with these dual ballots. And when I get constituents calling and they're frustrated, and even regardless of what I say, they say, hell, I'll just figure out how to show up at the polling place, with the ballot. We can't. It seems there should be a different kind of quality assurance that does not get us into this dilemma. And I'm talking about on the election side, that there's a follow-up. I know I heard Shane this morning talk about 66 jurisdictions in terms of, well, you didn't have 66 jurisdictions that had elections. I don't know how many elections you had, but you didn't have 66 of them.
okay? Let's say you had half of them, if you had that much. There ought to be quality assurance in the elections department with regards to ballot check, ballot double check.
Well, there is, sir, but again, there's a step where we have to take the entity's word for what they want on the ballot. They signed off on the ballot and said, yes, this is what has to happen. Then they called me on a Saturday, said, hey, we got a problem. We signed off on the ballot with their names in the wrong place. So the part that we had to do to make sure that we printed what they gave us, that quality control is there. We have to look at this as a whole with the entities and figure out if we extend the process and say, well, then give us copies of your paperwork, or I mean, how do we extend this? But to the extent that we had a responsibility to verify what they gave us, that's why they're paying for it. If we had said, we printed misspelling on the name when we typed it in, we would have paid for it, because we would have seen the paperwork and said, this is not what they signed up on. That's the quality assurance that we have to do, and we did it. This was something out of our reach. But anything can be improved, so we'll,
Well,
work and figure out what we can do.
I don't know what your quality assurance is over there.
Well, and we could look at, I'm not faulting anybody in elections because this is the first time this has happened, but we might look at making sure that the information they give us is actually, double checking with them somehow.
Yeah.
Well, let me give you another example. For example, when people file with the state, and the state tells us, you're going to put John Doe on the ballot. We don't have the authority to ask the state, will you send me a copy of the form that person sent? Or I'm going to question what you wrote, right?
Yeah,
and sometimes people will say, hey, I'm running as Tim, not Timothy. Well, do we use your legal name or do you use your short name? We don't, what the state tells us, put this on the ballot. What we have to make sure is that we put that on the ballot.
So is it the same thing with DCAT or a city?
DCAT or a city or anything, right? They are the ones who.
So there's a statute. Are you telling me there's a statute with regard to, because I ran into the same thing. I printed on 55,000 pieces of mail and ran into this whole thing about Joe versus Joseph Biden.
Right.
Okay? I didn't see Joe Biden on the deal. Well,
Because the
Joseph.
state would give us the name and say, this is what you shall put on the ballot.
And there's nothing
So,
you can.
so you don't get a chance. Yeah, you don't get a chance to augment it and say Joseph in parentheses Joe Biden.
That would be overstepping of authority if we said, I'm going to change the name of this candidate on the ballot.
Well, you're not changing the name of the party. I want to see that.
You can't change the wording that the state, I know that. You can't change the wording the state gives you.
It'd be like
Maybe.
saying in a proposition, I want to change the word, I don't know, tax for whatever. Because I think so. I don't have that authority. That
Joe
comes from
Biden
an
wants to
entity
be
that has
called Joe
said this is
Biden,
what.
he's got to win that at the state. He can't win it county to county. But I'm just curious, and there's something to think about. We have to figure it out right now. Okay, so the state, they give you, you rely on it. I can't recall ever having a problem with that. But with a small jurisdiction, maybe a small town, or maybe it's, DCAT or whatever, is there some sort of extra step we could do to help them not make a mistake, right? Because what if a city gets it confused and it's supposed to be Timothy, but they put Tim, and then they want to fix that or something? Could we work with them a little bit? I don't know how hard that would be to look at their paperwork and help them, just with our smaller, well, maybe with our cities and school districts and DCAT, college board, what have you.
Like I said, we can always talk about how do we extend it one step further, right? But at some point, there's a handover of information from the entity that is the actual filing entity,
I
and canvassing
understand it
entity
is their
to the
fault, no
service
question.
provider.
No, I totally, this is not your fault, this is their fault. Nobody did anything on purpose, but could we do something to maybe shore up that it doesn't happen again? And how hard would that be? Forget about the state, because, right, that's most of it anyway, right? But just with the municipals, the school districts, the little DCAD, what have you.
I'll talk to the DA's office and see where we, what I want to make sure is that I don't try to put in a process where I'm overstepping and saying like, look.
Yeah, and you don't want to
so-
put in the process
yeah.
where they say, I relied on the elections department to do my job for me, and
Or
I
it's
don't want to pay
questioning
you
what-
because
yeah.
I've screwed my job up. But
But we'll try to bring it
Yeah,
home.
I don't know where that line is, but I agree with Commissioner Price. It would be great if this two ballot deal never happened again, because it was very confusing to a bunch of senior citizens. And I don't know of a single senior citizen that I personally know who mailed the ballot back in. Everybody had to go to the polling place because they were unsure of how to make things, that they would work right.
And then some of them throw it away. So when
Some of them might
they,
have thrown it away and voted in person. Some of them had already mailed the first one back, and what the law says is if the corrected ballot never comes back, you count the original ballot, right? And so, for example, if it was a spelling mistake, you're still mandated to generate a two, but.
But how do they know?
What's
they
that?
don't.
How do they know? They just.
But how do they count
Depends
it,
on how
Mr.
late
Garcia?
you detect a problem and issue the correction. And this was not the case here. We had a few, but, sometimes the mistake isn't caught until very late, and some people might have returned the first ballot.
And that counts, right?
That
And
counts.
if they
If they
said
never
that-
returned a second, then the first one is, there's
but
a
if
whole
they
process
send,
during
if they
counting.
send both,
Only the second counts.
okay.
Only the corrected one, right? So that makes, again, nobody likes this process because it makes Canvas even a little bit longer and more complicated. Now you have to go back to all the cancel ones that were received and say for each one of these people, did they ever mail the second one in? And if they didn't, then you have to reactivate this, and the ballot board has to do signature checks and do all of that in that 6-day window that we have.
What happens
We hate doing this.
if a mail ballot recipient took the first ballot, the incorrect ballot, to a polling place, said I'd like to cancel my mail ballot and I'd like to vote in person?
Correct.
Did that cancel that first one and they canceled the second one and they were able to vote in person?
When we
Not-
get voter history, that cancels out the mail ballot. So there's a timing we
mail
have to follow every day on when we run the mail, so that it's after history's in, so that window is not,
So
there's not a
they
chance
did,
of
they
that.
voted a full ballot if they did that?
Correct.
Okay.
Confusing.
Okay, so the law only allows so much authority to control the content of the ballot.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So the law only allows you so much authority to control or if any, the content of the ballot. Is that?
Correct. We have to put on the ballot what the entity gives us.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's even confusing for me, so I can imagine what it is for them. Ask Ed, early vote, I've asked for that report.
I was under the impression that we had given your staff direct access, they could log in and pull all the data directly.
Okay.
Sounds like there's some disconnect here, so I'll work with
I'll
the chief
double-
of staff
I'll
and make sure
double
that.
Okay. The condition of the election equipment and supplies and the storage of the equipment. And of course, this has probably less to do with you than your predecessor, but we were playing on the cheap. If in fact, I've got somebody's Lamborghini, I don't want somebody at the Chevrolet house working on it, okay? He may be a tech, he may know cars and motors, but he doesn't know that particular engine, okay? We historically had what I call the gold standard, platinum standard, whatever standard, with regards to these machines. That means that caused them to have to check them, it caused them to have to do a number of things. And we've had a lot of challenges and problems with these daggone machines. And again, through no fault of yours, I get it, you've been here 5-6 months. My problem is at what point in time are we going to cross over that bridge? Because it's not gonna get any better.
You talked about this when I got here early, and we've been working with purchasing and the DA's office, and I believe in the month of June, we'll be here asking the court to allow us to make an amendment to the contract to go back to the gold plan. So there's annual on-site maintenance by the vendor. We worked with the budget office as well. We have the funds. We made the request for next year's budget so that we stay on that high-level plan, higher tier. So there's still a little procedural fine-tunings that have to be done, but the plan is to be here before your summer break to get that in place, and so that we do maintenance, upgrade, and get ready for November during the summer.
And you perceive that carrying forward as far as you know, just from now on, while we have these.
There's 2 years left in
ESS
this
machines.
contract, and we're asking for the change for those remaining 2 years. And I guess when we get to the end of those two and we negotiate a new contract, we'll definitely keep the court and budget department informed so that we keep getting funding to stay on that level of care.
There's a marked difference between the silver and the gold standard than money in terms of servicing that equipment. Those machines get moved around. They're delicate. I know you're having the storage. I mean, that's what the new elections warehouse was about, storage and all. But at the same time, anytime that machine's been touched and moved, I want somebody who knows that machine and is responsible for those machines.
I agree.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so the election budget and reimbursement from the cities for the cost, we've talked a little bit about that. So I'll take it that what I got from the auditor's office was that because we have a lot participation with the cities, we don't get 100% fully reimbursed. Not everybody at the same time. We get the sheriff's department out there, sheriff's department, we do security.
That was sent, but Mr. Hicks haven't seen it, so we're gonna share that. We're gonna share the email with them.
Okay.
Do you have an understanding what's not being billed to the cities, Commissioner?
Well, a lot of security. You got the sheriff's department that's part of that.
And assuming that is true, just for the hypothetical, let's assume that they're not reimbursing for the sheriff, then could the DA's office please work with Commissioner Price to get the exact question that, and work with me too, but get the exact question on control based on not paying, and then research it and tell us what the answer is, because I'm not sure the law is completely clear on that point. If it's a municipal election, but we decide to use sheriff security because there's a reason for that, and we don't bill Garland for it. It's Garland, in my hypothetical, it's Garland's election. Who makes pre-election, decisions of who runs the polls, et cetera? And I'm not saying that as clearly as we can if we sit down and think about what we're saying. And Hyder, you can be involved in that too. But let's get a DA's opinion as to that specific thing.
No, and I agree. I had a request from one of my mayors.
Yeah.
Because of some shenanigans at the poll, which we have no control over. However, they wanted the voters, they wanted workers, they wanted people to feel secure. So as a result, we wind up deploying many
and I think part of that is because the sheriff's office has history and experience working elections, whereas the local jurisdictions don't. So
got it.
It would be.
And the mayor said that. He said all of that.
And
but that's a cost.
And the question that I'm trying to get to is, assuming that is true, does that really change who makes certain decisions in a municipal? And we could all put our words together better. I think I kind of asked for a off-the-cuff opinion on this at the last court session, but I'd like to see it written down, the question written down, or questions. If
it affects who signs the contract. That's where I was going.
And then the answers written down for us to see.
Depends on the election, right?
Yeah.
Because the general partisan elections are different than municipal elections.
Correct. In March, those costs are paid by the parties, except for early voting. We always pay for early voting. And the theory is, in May, every dime spent on the election is split amongst the entities that signed a contract, and in November, it's a county election. So whether an entity or 10 or none jump on board in November, we have to budget to run the entire thing, right? So we could have an election, we pay 100% because no entities joined in.
Due to the difference in which type of election it is, and it does seem as if in like presidential years that the number of elections, they seem very frequent. There's
even numbered years, right?
That having more clarification on who's responsible for what part of running the elections keeping in mind whether they're partisan or municipal or school district or, whatever they are, would be very, very helpful.
If you remember, the genesis was when I posed the question to Mr. Hyder was, it affects who signs the contract. Because it was my contention that the judge needs to sign a contract. He said, no, he signed the contract, so that's where I'm going with that. Right. And if they're not reimbursing us 100%, then, the county has some skin in the game.
Yes, sir. So what we need to, what was provided was the year-to-date totals that have been reimbursed versus what the budget was for those items, right? So, but what we don't have is what was actually billed out by the election office and any outstanding amounts versus what was actually billed out. So what we'll do is we'll commit to working with elections to get that information so that we can track that to see what was totally billed, and then we'll see the actuals as they come in, and then we can be able to have an understanding of the difference between what was billed and what was collected. But that's a process that we need to map out and make sure that we have more robust, especially with the upcoming election, so that when we have a process in place and then we can be able to report out timely and accurately after the fact.
And I appreciate that, but there was a deficit. And see, I was dealing with in Texas, the elections. See, I'm not worried about the upcoming election, other than the fact that they have all hands on deck, because we're gonna wind up, we have to pay for that one. That's considered a, quote, general election. That May 4th election is where we got into the tug of war or the arm wrestling, because that's city, school district, college, DCAD, all of the municipal, elections. And that's the one that, that I'm.
Right, so what I'm saying, if we build a process for this one, then we'd be able to use it going forward.
Oh, okay.
May I think there's two questions just to make sure next time we come back here, we're answering the questions out there. There's one is, I understand you're asking, are we getting fully reimbursed or not? So is it true that every penny we spent, we got back? We split it amongst the entities. Separate from that, I think you have another question, which is, if we don't, if we're not collecting all the money we spent, does that give us a role, a seat at the table to make decisions in how the election is structured?
Exactly.
Those are two different questions, right? And I guess if the first one is, yes, we get back every penny, that kind of makes the second one mute.
I want the second one answered anyway.
But it leaves the second one open, right, for at least theoretical purposes, even if we do get all our money back.
Because
So
the man
those
not get
are
it back next
two clear questions that the commissioner is looking for an answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So let's
I
all
think
sign off. At least you and him, and I'm happy to do it too. Exactly what the question is, and then get a written response. Okay.
That's right.
What else you got?
With regards to, and I just heard from him and I guess Mr. Frost that in June we're going to be looking at the.
Yes, sir. We're working
new,
on the
new
review
standard.
of the final contract to go back to the gold standard. Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess my question would be to pose to Mr. Hyder is that I want in that going back to the standard, does that mean that they're going to go through our election warehouse and do what I'm calling a tire check?
Yeah,
they're going to go.
That's the idea. With the silver plan, my understanding was the equipment was being rotated kind of half at a time, and they would come in once every 2 years, and in the in-between, we were doing our own maintenance. The upgrade of the gold plan, the way we negotiated is, it's not twice the rate, it's like 70%, but they do come in once every year themselves, and they do everything. So we're not paying twice as much for them to come in twice a year. And the other advantage we get is, one thing we want to do is upgrades to our software, so we have the latest, the best version available. If we don't have, under the civil plan, like it would have been this year, if we didn't have if it wasn't one of those years where they had to come in, we would have to pay for the visit. So by upgrading the gold, we're saying, hey, when you do the maintenance, also do the upgrade, and we save ourselves that trip anyway. We would have ended up paying it anyway in the last 2 years, so it just didn't make sense to skip it anymore. Make sense?
No, I got you.
And with regard to those DS-200s, are we ready to go to the next level? Or are we already on the next level? Because we had a number of issues with those DS-200s.
Yeah, everything gets reviewed, cleaned up, upgraded, fixed, and ready to go.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Good news.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it?
I think so. Is that it?
That's
Okay,
it.
great.
That's it, Judge.
Our next presentation is from Commissioner Summerman.
Thank you. First, let me talk a little bit about the Child Welfare Board of Dallas County. This is an amazing group of people who are super well qualified. The appointees to this by this Commissioner's Court, I cannot speak highly enough, but they've hit a concern. And by the way, I invite any member of the Child Welfare Board like to take a stand at the podium. Don't feel obligated, but do feel invited. What I want to talk about, if we could please, is the next slide, if we could, Tom, is to talk about a contract that exists between Dallas County and the state of Texas. You see, there is a number of individuals, children, who are not being well serviced by Child Protective Services within the state of Texas located in Dallas County. And so the Dallas County Commissioner's Court decided to help. And the way that they decided to help was to provide additional caseworkers within Dallas County. By so doing, they decreased the number of individuals that each caseworker had to deal with, each child. In other words, we had, X number before, now it's half, because we, Dallas County, gave dollars to the state of Texas to help the state of Texas make sure that children within Dallas County were being properly evaluated and taken care of. And as a result, it was working. But then the state of Texas decided to do something else. They decided not to do Child Protective Services anymore. As a result of not taking Child Protective Services anymore, they decided to privatize it. This meaning to say that a company would take over where Child Protective Services would normally do it. Now, the challenge that was associated with this comes very clear by looking at the history of it. If we could, Tom, go back one slide. The history of it, which included in 2011 a child rights group which sued the state of Texas for child endangerment for the bad services that they were providing. And in fact, the United States District Judge Jack put the Texas foster system under federal supervision. He put them in contempt of court. He imposed a fine. The response to this, of course, has been for the state of Texas to do something else. Privatize the system, and in addition to that, increase the level of risk for the children. If we can go to the next slide. What am I talking about? In the past, if a child was endangered, we'd call it a substantial risk. If an individual was at substantial risk of harm, then the state would step in with Child Protective Services. Now the definition has changed. The definition is now immediate danger. Now you can see the difference in these, substantial risk or an immediate danger. You can see how that would apply. How would the individual know that they're in immediate danger? I guess they'd have to see it happening in order for them to know that there's an immediate danger. Where in the past, if a child was at substantial risk, you could see how the courts could step in and how Child Protective Services could step in. So what has the state of Texas done? They have decided to privatize and decrease the ability of individuals to be able to protect children within Dallas County. Now, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, that's good. So what are we talking about here in terms of this privatization? We, Dallas County, had a contract with the state of Texas that said, we, Dallas County, will provide for these 7 full-time additional caseworker positions so that we, Dallas County, could make sure that the children of Dallas County were being properly evaluated. But now that this privatization has occurred, we no longer have a contract with the people who are providing the service. This is called privity of contract to those of you who love the law. What it means is we got no contract with those people. How are we going to be able to do this? This is the challenge that is presented to the Child Welfare Board and something that they're trying very hard to work through. They do so with cooperation, with kindness, with an understanding, trying to work with Empower to get to a level of service that would protect the children of Dallas County, and yet they find that the services being provided for have been decreased in terms of the number of workers, the types of workers, and the risk level at which they can protect these children. Let's go to the next slide. Now, one would say, well, why don't we just assign the interest? Why doesn't the state of Texas just say, what we had, you have now, Empower? And the answer is because the law doesn't allow it. And so as a result, what is Dallas County to do with these dollars that were in the past being headed to the state of Texas? We can't hand it to them. And if we could, Tom, go to the next slide. This means that the state of Texas has not contracted with Empower. Empower has no contract with the county, and as a result, where does that leave us? And then I have another question, a question rather profound. What is Empower? Is it a corporation? It doesn't seem to have a corporate entity. Is it the state of Texas? No, it doesn't seem to be the state of Texas either. Does it seem to be a conglomerate of a bunch of corporations? Yes, but is it incorporated? Can't find anything that says that. What is Empower? And does it even have the power to contract? Can we even enter into an agreement with an entity that may or may not exist that the state of Texas has created? So, where does that leave us? If you would, the next slide. Where does that leave us? It leaves us with the Child Welfare Board struggling, quite frankly, trying to work with an entity that may or may not exist to provide better services for the children of Dallas County, and yet we do not know who they are, what they are, how to contract with them, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the Child Welfare Board and their struggles. Again, they do so with cooperation, with kindness, and in an attempt to try and work through these problems. We can see, if we can, Tom, that the number of cases have risen, that the protection for children has decreased, that these contractual issues leave caseworkers overwhelmed with a standard that is much higher than it was before, and it leaves the children of Dallas County at risk. And so I ask us to focus on this, both from a legal standpoint, from the state standpoint. Lord knows our Child Welfare Board is doing all that it can in order to try and protect. If we could please move to the next slide. So in essence, what we have is, back one if we could. If we can, what we have is overworked caseload with the individual workers. We have loosened definition of what is neglect. It equals decreased care for children and increased risk for our children. Next step. So what steps do we need to take? Families in crisis need Dallas County's continued support. The Child Welfare Board is looking for solutions. I want to highlight this for the entire county and say, let's give them a hand where we can. God knows they're trying. And in conclusion, these are our neighbors. These are our kids. They deserve our attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And I think we've all been briefed. We were all briefed. You took it to another level. I guess, though, we're still in the same place we were when we were briefed by the Child Welfare Board.
Right.
The state created the Empower, and I think they're not only in this state, from what I recall from being briefed, they may have been in some place like Kansas or, up with Dorothy or the Wizard, somewhere.
Something like that.
Yeah, they're up there. But my point is that where does that leave us? I mean, you're the legal tacticianer. So where does that leave us when the state does this and leaves us in this limbo, if you will, and look like these ladies want to come to the rescue? Yes, ma'am.
We're just happy to answer any questions. I think
you are
Sophie Phillips, and I'm a member of the Child Welfare Board and have been on the board for the last 6 years.
And
Rhonda Hunter, a member of the Child Welfare Board for the last 2 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead on. Continue.
Phillips.
Well, what we're saying, I was trying to follow up on Commissioner Summer. We're in limbo.
Doesn't matter if we want to help. How do we help? We can't, as he said, and I think when y'all briefed us, we can't empower with we can't contract with empower. Who, what?
Absolutely. And I think Commissioner Summerman laid out the recommendations as we look at the current contract and budget amount that we have, and we've worked with Dr. Watkins to be able to reallocate that to some existing discretionary funds that the board has, but also to support directly those families who are still in DFPS's custody. We have a number of families, about 400 families, I believe, in any given month, in family-based safety services. So those are kids that are not yet removed from their home, and DFPS still manages those cases, and so we still have a great opportunity with the county to prevent those removals and placements into foster care, which is the bulk of the caseworkers that this contract funds.
So
no, go
they
ahead.
have met with the budget office, and they were going to provide us an update of the intended purpose of the remaining funds, correct? As part of the mid-year? Is that still the direction we're going? Okay. And then for FY25, they were going to present a full proposal based on the same allocation.
Yes.
Okay?
Your Honor, recently, Child Welfare Board met with Empower, is this correct?
We have had Empower come to our Child Welfare Board meetings, yes, and they have sent representatives, and it is our goal to get information so that we can give the commissioners, facts regarding what's going on with Empower, but we need to get that information.
Do they even identify what they are? I mean, a corporation, an entity, a conglomerate, what? A partnership? Do they even identify themselves that way?
They identify themselves as Empower, the agency that the state has contracted with to provide child welfare services for a certain number of children in care, mainly kinship and adoption.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And, thank you, Commissioner Sommer, for bringing this, and thank you to the Child Welfare Board. Thank you for being here. I guess, part of it, and there was a special on TV about states are starting to do this and changing this language. As a matter of fact, the state representative who passed this language came out and said, but we're not going to separate as many families. And the part that he did not say is we're putting more children at risk because they're not removed on time. So I understand that there's, Commissioner Price, Commissioner Summerman, and you all say there's very little we can do to contract, or as a matter of fact, we don't have the ability. But what you're saying, if I'm hearing correctly, is we can allocate some of the funds from the Child Welfare Board to help the families that we know are in the system.
Yes.
Correct? With no need of a contract, no need of anything. So if I understand correctly, what you are recommending today to this board is that you can go ahead and put a list together of the things or ways that we can provide for these families and help them independently.
Absolutely, and I will give you an example. Children should never be denied a placement and to stay with their family or a relative just because that placement can't get a bed for the child. And that is a common reason. Housing solutions are a common reason.
So we can buy the bed. And as a matter of fact, we do that with the, the whatever comes with the bed, right? The mattress and everything else.
We have in the past.
Okay, perfect. So you will create a template. That way you can approve it as a Child Welfare Board, and then Dr. Watkins will present to this court, and we can just ratify it. Is that the idea?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And how many of the young people will that help take care of, assist?
It depends on the solutions that we put forward, and we have a number of ideas, and the different solutions will serve a different number of individuals based on how we want to prioritize the list, because the existing funds that need to be redirected are certainly not going to meet all of the need and demand.
So basically what you're saying, that regardless of what the state's, the stance the state is taking through Empower, that Dallas County, the Child Welfare Board still feel a responsibility to protect the safety of of Dallas County kids.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the bottom line, that's where we're headed, right?
Correct.
Correct. And while Empower they have kids now in conservatorship who've come into care after that March 1st timeline. DFPS still has the programs or services of investigations, and also the families that have their children in what are called family-based safety services. So they are working services to prevent the child from being removed from their home and being placed in a typical foster home.
Okay, because I see it as a two-step process. One is to protect the kids in Dallas County.
Correct.
The second one being, do we have any recourse when it comes to, do we have any legislators in the Dallas County delegation who might be willing to address some of the points that you brought out about how what the state is proposing through Empower doesn't really match up to what needs might be to protect our kids?
If you, as the commissioners, direct the Child Welfare Board to go in that direction, to make those requests, we are here to follow the directions of the commissioners regarding what the commissioners wish the Child Welfare Board to do. It is our desire to make recommendations that will address this. We have a subcommittee working on those recommendations. So,
Well, Judge, that's what, excuse me, that's what I understood when they came and briefed us. I mean, like I said, Commissioner Summers taking it to the next level, but that's what I understood when they came and briefed us. We're looking to you. I don't want to substitute what we think for what you there and you know. Only thing we know is, Empower does not seem to be the solution. We're looking to you to, as Dr. Garcia said, send us a template so we'll know what you think is in the best interest of our children.
Yeah,
happy to do that.
I thought y'all are the subject matter experts. It's an impressive board, to say the least, and we look for your direction along those lines. We will probably follow.
And we appreciate your knowledge and hard work. And definitely, let's go ahead and create a template that can help the most people with the budget that you currently have. And if it's needed to increase it, well, we'll need to discuss that with Dr. Watkins, right, Dr. Watkins?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your service. Thank you,
Doctor,
Commissioner
thank you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's
And,
remind to the public that most of our boards and commissions, actually, let me rephrase it, that our board and commissions are not paid. So we definitely appreciate your service.
Judge, we're now to the consent agenda.
All right, is there a motion on the consent agenda, and is there a desire to separate out any portion of it?
No.
I so move the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wonderful, and that motion carries unanimously. And next we have the
Award of bids, Judge.
award of bids.
I-
and there's
I'll
a motion.
move the award bids.
Is there a second?
Second.
And let me just say to the court, and let me just say, I saw Chief Hercla, I saw the Sheriff's Department. Thank you for bringing, in the last jail commission, there was a mention of how we move forward with the classification system. And bid number 2, colleagues, speaks to the fact that the current system is 25 years old. And the Texas Commission on Jail Standards brought this up during their recent visit, but this system is being funded out of commissary funds, have been taxpayer, because part of the classification system.
Well, and I am supporting it exactly because of that. 25 years with the same software, it's challenging, not to say the least, with all the challenges that we're getting at this point. But my only question, and sorry, Dr. Watkins, I just thought about it. Commissary funds, we were aware last time that we were in the red on those funds. What happened? Where does this money come from? I'm not sure.
So the movement of those positions being proactive, in this case, the funds have already been encumbered for this year.
Exactly.
All right, sounds good. So well, that's another question for another time then.
Yeah, we're going to deal with that one.
With the fact that there's no more funds, right?
Well, they
No,
receive
there's a
revenue in monthly,
Sure.
and so based on the recommendation, we moved the those positions. Otherwise, it would have been in the red come the end of the year.
But it's
So
not.
it was 15 positions. But once we've moved in that direction, we'll continue to monitor that. And there's going to be, how many more years, Mr. Frost?
This is a 5-year contract.
5
so
year.
the initial year.
Just to make sure the
Yes,
funds
ma'am.
are there.
Okay, so it can be, it's not a challenge for any other services that we do, that Chair does with commissary funds.
No, ma'am, we want to make that a priority that they have
Oh,
the funds
definitely,
there
yeah.
for those services. And that was the reason we moved the positions out.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
And I have a comment on RFP 3, if I could, please. I'm very pleased that we're moving forward to provide a benefit for Dallas County employees.
Commissioner, we're still on the bids.
Okay, sounds good. Judge, we didn't vote it on our,
No, I know, that's what I was just telling him. He was trying to move to the.
I was.
He's
You know,
trying
I'm
to
an
move a little
anxious
fast.
man. What could I
That's
tell you? I
okay.
apologize about that.
That's all
That's
right.
okay,
Call-
Commissioner. I mean-
Call the question on the bids.
Those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now,
Next,
let's
we have
go.
the RFPs.
Thank you.
I move RFPs.
Second.
Okay.
All those.
Your
Could I
question.
have a comment on 3, please, now that
Yeah.
anxious man that I am? First of all, I just want to say I'm pleased that we are moving forward to provide benefits to Dallas County employees that will give children in our community a better path to a brighter future. This will help relieve the economic pressure and emotional labor of finding childcare for our hardworking folks who work at Dallas County. And it will help improve productivity in our departments because employees can focus on serving Dallas County residents. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I'm hopeful that Dallas County can serve as a role model for other employees to provide important benefits for their own employees. These reasons I have mentioned making it important for Commissioners Court to advocate for the expansion and development of child care and early learning centers in Dallas County. And we on Commissioners Court approved a $1 million to implement a child care pilot program, and I am pleased that we're moving forward. I also want to thank my twin brother over here, Tom Irvin, who has done an excellent job of working on this. Thank you.
Some things you ain't supposed to admit, but anyway, I'm supporting. I'm still suspicious. I'm gonna see what the numbers say.
Right.
And as I've said to the group before, I've been in this business, so it's going to be really interesting if you can see how it comes in terms of reasonableness.
I have a question about the briefing then. It says here, no financial impact. How does that
At this
happen?
time,
Not at this point.
Commissioners,
Well-
releasing the RFP has no financial impact until we bring back the
But
recommendation.
this is the planning.
Yes, ma'am. This is going out in the market with to see what the vendors bring back, and based on the evaluation of the departments internally, we'll bring that back to court for consideration.
And two things on this. We discussed the possibility of doing this internally, and the challenge turned to be a lot more challenging than we thought, because it's almost like you have to thread a little keyhole. If you give somebody money, it might knock them out of another benefit. And so, the vendors are very versed, so that'll be good. And the other thing is, when we get the vendor chosen, then we hope they'll work with people here in the county to look at what is the most impactful way to do this. Is it 35 moms with an average of 1.5 kids get lucky tickets? Is it more than that, get less money? What is it? So to figure that out, we look forward to that as well.
I agree. I want to thank Commissioner Summerman and his twin brother and his team, for this proposal. We've seen these requests from several of our employees' questionnaires and several of our employees' leadership trainings. And hey, I think that looking into it is always a good initiative. We'll see what the numbers say. We'll see what will be the net cost, and definitely, how it can impact our employees. If we want to retain, if we want to have a healthy workforce, we have to listen to them. And we appreciate all of you. I know that a lot of our departments have a lot of single mothers that struggle with childcare. And thank you, Commissioner. This is a great. Let's do something different in Dallas County.
Yeah,
That's
and-
movement
but-
forward. And we see the results. I hear you. When it's a pilot, we never know what's going to happen.
I got
But nevertheless, we have had a lot of pilots that have been very successful and now are part of
Parkland has a pilot going on right now. I guess that's a pilot, but it's $1 million
For kids.
On what, Commissioner Price?
Yeah, on the kid, yeah.
A pilot on?
On children.
Oh, okay, childcare.
Yeah,
Okay,
they got
sounds
it in there, and I don't know if it's a pilot or what, I mean, but I did look at their numbers.
Correct.
And when you look at that few children for $1 million, that's a lot of money. So, but anyway, we'll see.
We'll see.
I'm with, I'm going forward with the.
Thank you, Commissioner Summerman, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also to your twin brother. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Is that an eye on the twin brother?
Well, and no one's allowed to ask which one's the evil twin.
All right, next we come up to court orders. Is there a motion on court orders 1 through 22, addendums 23 through 27, pulling 5 for 2 weeks, 16 for an individual vote, and 24 by staff?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, 5 is being pulled by whom?
by me, Commissioner
Okay,
Price,
okay.
and it's
I
good
just
news. I just want to say it's good news. I remember that you and I were a little hesitant when we passed this. It has come to be a great program.
Oh, yeah.
They have done great presentations in the past to CJAP. I totally forgot to invite them this time. My fault, 100%. But I want all of us to hear, and the public to hear and Commissioner Sommerman was not here when this passed, but I want the public to hear what happened, what they done, where they are, where we're going. Can this be, done in other cities, other counties, which was our goal at the beginning, and this came from Judge and Mr. Martin administration. So I think it's good. I mean, and I would like for all of us to hear what has happened. And I don't think 2 weeks
Yeah,
is
no,
gonna
no problem. I just want to make sure between staff and court.
Yeah, we'll have Chief Spivey with the Meadows Foundation give an
Yes.
update at the next meeting.
And we thank them, and they done a great job. So we'll
Yeah, and-
we'll look at that.
Well, I want to commend Daryl Martin for his great work on this. When this started, this arose out of the 10 New Directions task force that Dr. Haynes and Omar Suleiman, myself, kind of put together on the fly the night that George Floyd was murdered. I remember when we did this, it was people in the community. We asked to put together people in the community, not of our choosing, but people who were the most vocal anti-police civil rights advocates, like Mothers Against Police Violence. And those folks came to the table, and the police chiefs wanted to come to the table too. And we said, no, we want the city managers to come to the table, not the police chiefs. And that caused a lot of concern with a lot of our city managers. And a lot of our city managers told me privately on phone calls, this is all in the middle of COVID, hey, I'm not comfortable. That might blow up, in our face. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but this makes me nervous. But TC Broadnex said, I said, look, TC, if you do it, others will do it. And we're not going to have this blow up in our face. We're going to work together. This isn't going to be a shouting match. It's going to be ways to help people in the community. So TC took a leap of faith and did that. And that led to other, I think we kind of had the Southern Sector guys from the get-go. But TC doing that led to a lot of buy-in from other city managers in the county. And that made a huge difference in the way this worked and the way it was perceived by some of the more vocal police chiefs. The result, and then we'll see this when we have the presentation, but the result is this right care concept that is spread across our suburbs and our larger cities that aren't Dallas, that don't consider themselves suburbs, that is going to be sustainable with their local tax dollars after our money is spent. And that means that if you call the police because your brother is having an episode and your brother has mental health issues or addiction issues, you probably didn't call the police because you're hoping your brother will get tased, right? You called them because you don't know what else to do and your brother needs help. Now, instead of it just being an officer or two who have 40 hours of mental health training, substance abuse training, a taser, a radio, a gun, and a club, and are going to do their best, but that's their tools. You also get a nurse or a social worker or a drug treatment person. You get who's ever in that particular team at those particular cities decided would be best to go out there and diffuse the situation. It leads to better outcomes. It leads to more calls because I'm not sure I want to call the police to come if they don't have those things, perhaps. I'm speaking in the hypothetical, but a person can be more comfortable with those things. So I agree with Dr. Garcia. It's been a great program, but I want to commend both Mr. Martin and T.C. Broadnax, Ms. Martin for carrying the ball on it, T.C. for having the guts to join in the first place.
And also you, Judge, and Freddie Haynes, and all the people that got together. It was a tough time. A lot of, influx in Dallas County, and I think that's when you see leadership coming forward.
Well, and I'll commend those civil rights groups because we had calls with them, and they said to me very bluntly, hey, we don't want to join something that's going to be, lip service. We don't want to put our credibility on the line with our, supporters or followers for something that is window dressing. And similarly with them, we asked them to take a leap of faith. Take a leap of faith. Let's see what can happen. And several of them, I think, when those groups, there were 2 or 3 of them who took that leap of faith, and that signaled to everyone else out there who really had a deep-seated disagreement with the way that we police in America, and that was their key point of their civil rights action. When they saw those groups do it, they said, okay, we'll come to the table too. So it was those first people that had the guts to come to the table, and that's Mothers Against Police Brutality, that's TOP, that's, several of people. I'm going to leave people out now. I never should have said anything, but that had the guts to come to the table to make this happen. So kudos to all of you.
Well, and while I was pretty hard on the police chief in our jail deal, where we got from Irving, Irving had already taken the leap of faith. They already had the model. Model was in play, and so all they do is convince others. And so I want to give them.
And you're right, Commissioner Price. I'm glad you brought that up because you're right. That model in Irving was already there, but I also believe that this model went into more detail in some areas that the first model didn't. So that's what we need to be sure. And Mr. Martin, when you ask them for the presentation, I send you my questions. And colleagues, if you have any, please send them to Mr. Martin because I believe that that's where it can be duplicated in other areas and hopefully in the whole county. I mean, Chief Garcia has been doing a great job. See with the city of Dallas, see how we can help him with all the different municipalities around Dallas.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll have him here at the next meeting.
Great.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that.
Call the question on everything except, I guess, 16 and 24.
24 was pulled by staff, so we only have 16. So
24 was pulled by staff? It just said
we haven't voted on the non-controversials yet.
Okay.
Right.
All those in favor signify by saying
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then there is nothing else, I think. Oh, yeah, 16 individual votes.
Yeah. So which was pulled by staff?
24.
24 was.
Before it was pulled by staff. Okay, it just said pulled. Didn't say
Yes, and I pulled 16 colleagues. I know that we are currently looking into the new IT director. I know I really support the way that we're doing this selection, but at this point, I would like some of these hirings that have the same pattern, and I told this to Mr. Reed and Mr. Martin. I would like to I would like to abstain until we have the new IT director. On some of these hirings.
But I understood these were necessary. Right? Yeah,
these are coming as a result of the Gardner report. All of the contractors that we're bringing forward are to specifically address the network teams, network and server teams, significant understaffing.
Right, and one of the things we did in civil service yesterday, there were a lot of them that are
some that are vacant. And because we're going to a different database, we're having to supplement and bring this.
And I understand, Commissioner Price, but I mean, I just, at this point, it follows the same pattern that we've seen in the past, and I'm just gonna abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me
Call
move
the
it.
question.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
She abstains.
And one abstention.
Abstain.
So that motion passes 4 with 1 abstention. And that takes us to the next thing on our agenda. We have suspended our agenda today, and we're going to take closed session before our public speakers. I don't think it'll be a particularly long closed session, but we're going to take that next. So court's going to recess in a moment for Chapter 550, for our closed session to discuss matters under Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code as previously posted. Any action result of closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We'll begin that just as soon as we can get upstairs.
Okay. We're back. It's 12:42. You're back in. Okay. 12:42. Have a quorum of the court. Having returned from executive session, no decisions having been made that weren't allowed by law. Therefore, we're down to the speakers with regards to this section signed up for the Commissioner's Court. Bailiff, will you please read the rules of decorum, please?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. First speaker registered, Mr. Lourdes Phillips.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. You do have handouts. You have copies of my fingerprints that I sent to FBI CJIS. Thank you. I requested copies of each time I've been to FBI Dallas. The reason why, the complaints, each time I went to the U.S. Attorney's Office, from then until now, they said it'll take a while. They said they could also produce any criminal documents that's attached to my name, date of birth, social security card, or my driver's license number. But I had to send in my fingerprints, and I did so. So I'm awaiting the results, and those results, no matter what they are, will be filed publicly. In 2012, Honorable King Pfeiffer and Dallas County Court Law Number 2 in the fabricated occupational license case on the record said it's something not right. That's a fabricated occupational license case, CC-12-04405B. That's why it's been stricken from record. Also, when you look at the documents of premeditated Green Oaks, October 25th, 2013, I want you to go to page 1. At the bottom, it states, highlighted, requested case number 0273291-A. I've seen more than a few times Corporal Cotner stand before you. Corporal Cotner had a medical episode, a mental breakdown on October 25th, 2013. I alleged he was told to hold me out of retaliation and intimidation to inflict fear so that I would stop speaking. I went November 2013, less than a month later, and spoke with the dispatcher, the supervisor down in City Hall. And I asked her, why would she make those type of notes? And she said that it would trigger an audit had they looked at the number and it did not fall in sequence by date with the other police reports. So not only did I allege Green Oaks was premeditated, Corporal Cotner had his police report number already ready to write. The reason they took 2 hours out of the meeting at 1400 South Lamar at the time was because Corporal Cotner showed himself to be angry, to be antsy, and to be anxious. Stay with me. Also, the fabricated case with Dolores Phillips versus Budget Suites, or Budget Suites versus Dolores Phillips, that was made to look like it was me. And it's on, and it's more cases. So I want you to know that I'm going to be, to clear my name, I don't fight police, and whatever open is, it is the greatest deception of all to engage the public in a cover-up. Thank you, Commissioner Price, and everyone.
Thank you.
Can I have those back so I can give them to the city council in the morning, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Loris, you're sounding a little hoarse. You okay?
Pastor.
It's worth it.
Sharon
I have no
Shepherd.
regrets. I have no regrets.
Pastor Sharon Shepherd.
Honorable Commissioner Summer, I read about you. I've seen that you are a seemingly fair man. It matters.
Okay, Miss
because
Phillips,
they,
Miss Phillips,
They stole my
Miss
exhibits
Phillips,
over there in
Miss
101st.
Phillips, Miss Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
You have a blessed day.
You have a great
Pastor Sharon Shepherd.
Hi there, my name is Pastor Sharon Shepherd. I'm a victim of domestic
Yeah,
violence.
your address is,
3201 Key West Drive, Garland, Texas, 75044.
okay.
I'm a victim of domestic violence. I could not get anyone from Dallas County Attorney's Office to help in those efforts, but however, the person did tell the judge he did put pain against me. But I'm here today because there is a bigger issue. The issue is this. When someone has a contract and they call people up and say, look, we can get you in, but you need to do this in order to take this person down. There are rules and regulations when you pass contracts. And I am a victim of a contract that was passed and given to a law firm over in Fort Worth. They were my attorneys. But because they cannot take me down, the only way they could have is removing that attorney with the fish in their faces. And basically, y'all keyed in and signed on and passed the contract for this particular law firm in Fort Worth to take over a contract with Dallas County. And I'm looking at this in the aspects of whenever you're doing business or doing contracts, make sure who you're dealing with. And it's not one that's gonna hurt people like me, because basically I'm getting ready to be put out of my house. The judge has signed basically the order of my husband taking over $800,000. That's with the house and the monies. I'm gonna get nothing because there was a game played through the county. And I am the victim of domestic violence, and I am a victim of the play that's being played by the judicial system that's in place that's not working for people that look like me. I barely could walk because basically I was attacked. Carbon monoxide been put in my house, and I don't care how many times I've called the police, the sheriff's office, or anybody. Nobody has ever stepped up to help me. And at this point, my husband has a domestic violence case, a protective order against him. And guess what? That doesn't mean anything, because when this divorce is signed, he's gonna be working for you guys. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Carol Harrison Lafayette. Carol Harrison Lafayette. Carol Harrison Lafayette. Clayton Harrison. Clayton Harrison. Clayton Harrison. Deborah Pruitt. Ms. Pruitt.
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Deborah Pruitt. Mr. Price, I didn't want to give my address out.
Okay.
But I am a Dallas native, Dallas resident, as well as a business owner here in Dallas, city of Dallas.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you. I am here this morning to address, to inform you all of what's going on in probate 3. I'm the only heir in regards to a proceeding that's going on in probate 3. My rights are being violated. The particular judge placed a TA on the case back in August of the 31st of 2022 due to contesting with a stepdaughter. After that was revealed, test came in. She was supposed to remove this TA, but she's continued to have this TA on this case, billing the state massively, taking money, paying while we're still in this process, violating my rights, not allowing me to come in and speak,
continue to delay the case, not even giving me any reason why she's continued to delay the case. I do have a hearing that's coming up on June the 17th, June the 17th at 9 a.m. for heir, to determine heir. I'm the only heir, but the stepdaughter, they have put those cases together, I guess to try to confuse it. But I know I'm having a problem in this court.
Anything else?
No, I thank you. Yeah, thank you for this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. And I want you to understand that this Commissioners Court has no jurisdiction over those district courts. Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. William Hopkins. William Hopkins. William Hopkins. Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams. Kenneth Williams. Sabrina Brenham, that's Sabrina Brenham. Yes.
Sabrina Brenham, 6621 LaGrange Drive, Dallas, Texas. Continuous injustice in Dallas County court system. I have spoken a few times about the injustice in our Dallas County court system. During the time that I have spoken, I spoke about how the Fifth Court of Appeals enabled a disqualified judge by the name of Barbara Elaine Rosenberg to preside over my case and overturn my $91,000 judgment for her former client, Joseph Kemp. Today, I'm back as a community activist and a precinct chair to speak about probate court number 3. Upon information and belief, this court has allowed the estate proceedings to prolong for over a period of time that has caused a financial burden on the only heir of the estate. Upon information and belief, the court has enabled the temporary administrator to prolong and to not follow the court orders and to bill the estate an enormous amount of fees and to allow the stepdaughter who is not an heir to remove money from the bank. And she clearly told the court that there was no bank account. So many unjust actions has taken place with this case. If there's gonna be anything left or any type of assets left for the only heir to receive, most of it is gonna be depleted from the unnecessary pleadings and fees. In probate court number 2, upon information and belief, this court has prolonged a proceeding that has my 96-year-old aunt waiting and wondering when she will be able to allow her daughter to rest in peace. After my cousin learned of her health condition, she handwrote her last will and testament before the hospital staff and non-interest parties to her estate. And because the will was handwritten, the judge doesn't know anything, doesn't know what to do. But the last I heard, that you can handwrite your will. And we're talking about people, my 96-year-old aunt, her daughter is a former principal of Townview, who has a daughter that graduated from Spelman. Ms. Pruitt, who is also a law student. The injustice in our court system needs to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
And give us due process as guaranteed by the United States Constitution.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Regina Ebery? Regina Ebery?
She was online but dropped off.
She was online, but she dropped. Okay. If she comes back before we finish, let me know. Michael Simmons? Mr. Simmons?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and to all of the commissioners that make up this quorum. I want to try to.
For the record, Mr. Simmons, just your name and address.
Michael Simmons, 2515 Lawrence Street, Dallas, Texas, 75215.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. I want to try to navigate through this presentation. I want to start out with, as you all well do see, what my subject, citizens' constitutional right to due process violated in Dallas County, Sheriff Department, the City of Dallas, and I asked that the Commissioner's Office add DISD, which they did not do that, but that's okay. We'll move forward. The rights of the people, according to the Constitution of the United States of America, this book that I have right here, I will read that. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I want to point out specifically some properties that's been illegally seized by the Sheriff's Department. I've been here speaking on this particular property in question, 2511 Lawrence Street, where after all the due process was done, the Sheriff's Department sent a certified letter out to a vacant lot. Now, my question would be, is that legal? And is that a violation of the property owner's due process? I would think so, but I don't know. That's a question that needs to be answered by the county. It's just appalling to me that you can deliver a certified letter to a vacant lot, and then after all of the dust clear, you close it out and the property owner is hoodwinked, bamboozled, or however you may want to call it. But we will take this up at the next Commissioner's Court meeting, and I will try to get with you, Mr. Chairman, in regards to this, and we will have further discussion on that if may be. Thank you, sir. You all have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else to come before this court? Hearing none, entertain a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Wait.
She did. Okay. Ms. Ember, you have 3 minutes. Give your name and address for the record, please.
She needs to be on video as well.
Yes. There she is. Okay. You can proceed. Give us your name and your address. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, my name is Regina E. Perry. Unfortunately, I am unable to speak at this time because I'm having trouble downloading this WebEx to either my phone or my tablet. And I don't think it'll be appropriate for me to discuss this over county facilities. So I want to know if there's a way that I can come and speak to you guys in person, or if I could sign up at a later time to try and get this WebEx thing to work for me.
Well,
But
you're entitled to speak at least once a month, and so since we'll assume that you haven't spoken and you're having difficulty, we can see you and we can hear you.
but the thing is, I'm around the environment that I'm gonna be discussing,
Okay.
and it just wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay. You can sign up later on in person, but you have to come to the court.
Okay.
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 Thank
I
you.
can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
I told you check it.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn. Any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by your sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. We stand adjourned.